are you, sir? Call the Senate session. Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Brandon, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Hickory, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Georgia, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Spard, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and the guests in the gallery please rise? There we go. Thank you. There's the Boy Scouts. They were up quick. Thank you very much. The invocation will be given by Dr. Randy Reinhardt, who is the pastor of Parkway Baptist Church in Houston, Mississippi, and he is a guest of Senator Benjamin Suber here. So Senator Suber will then do the Pledge of Allegiance. So Dr. Reinhardt.
Let's bow together for prayer. Gracious Jesus, we love you. We thank you, God, for the opportunity to be here, for the opportunity to be alive today. And Father, we come to you now at this solemn time to pray over the people in this chamber and the wonderful work that they do. Each one represents the people of their jurisdiction, but they come here together to represent all the people of Mississippi to do what they believe is best in all of these issues. And so, Lord, I praise you. What a job, what an enormous responsibility they have. And oh, Lord, they shoulder that load so well. So, Lord, we lift them up. And on top of this load they have today, each one represents their own issues, their own problems, their own needs at home and everywhere else. And so, Father, I lift them up to you. And I praise you for this dedication they have to be here to serve this great state. Father, we have many needs in our state. As we know, inflation, prices are going up, gas is going up, the cost of food's going up, which means many more people will be hungry. Many more people will eat differently than they have before, and many more people will do without. And God, we lift those up. It also means many charitable organizations will have a bigger load on them to try to help feed. And Father, we lift up these needs in our state. We know they're big. Father, also we lift up the needs we have with addiction, with drugs, as we see on the news every day of these drugs laced with fentanyl and the dangers that are out there for our people, our young people, and we lift up these issues as well. Father, we know that you know those issues and we lift them up. And then, Father, as we go to the thinking of our national situation, we lift up our great country. Father, Mississippi is an awesome state amongst many wonderful states in this United States of America, of which we're so proud. And Father, we have many national issues that we bring before you and lift up our president and cabinet as they try so hard to represent and do the things, Father, they need to do to deal with the issues here at home, but also the issues abroad as we think about dear friends and brothers and sisters in Christ in the Ukraine who are undergoing such a difficult, terrible time. We see the things on the news, and God, I know that doesn't truly reveal the pain and struggle that they're going through right now. So God, we pray for peace. We pray, Lord, for protection over the innocent people there. And Father, we pray for the many relief efforts that are going on in surrounding countries. Father, as Poland's being inundated with refugees, we lift them up and pray, Father, that you'll bless that work. Oh, Lord, there's so many things that we see going on around us, but God, may we always know that the word uh-oh never is in your vocabulary, because you are sovereign God. You're in charge. You're in control. Even when we don't think so, and even when we don't understand, you are still God, and we thank you for that. And so, Lord, you tell us in your word that you are always at work around us, both to will and to do for your good pleasure. And you tell us in your word that he who began a good work in us will be faithful to complete it. And you tell us in your word, for whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. And you call us to work out our own salvation with fear and trembling, knowing that you are working all things together for good. You're good for those who love you, who are called according to your purpose. And we are more than conquerors through Christ who loves us. And Lord Jesus, you say you'll be with us always, even to the end of this age, and you will never leave us and never forsake us. So Lord, today we celebrate you and we worship you. Oh, thank you, Lord Jesus, for Easter, and we praise you. Now, Lord, again, I lift up the people in this room, all the men and women who give of themselves and their time here. Thank you, Lord. And I pray, dear Jesus, you'll bless them with your Holy Spirit's power and the work they do here. It's in the name above all names, the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Reverend Reinhardt.
Everything's good.
We'll try not to use the word "oh" all day. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now to the committee report. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of the titles of the bills and the resolution. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Polk. Introduction of guests will go with guests. Senator Michelle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. You pointed out that we had some scouts in the North Gallery. I'd like to recognize those scouts and introduce those to us here in the Senate. They are from Troop 1, which is at St. Andrews and St. James Episcopal Church. That's the oldest troop in Mississippi, the first troop of Boy Scouts in the state of Mississippi. The scouts are Andrew Brown, he's a Star Scout, Isaiah Hart, who's a Star Scout, and they are here today working on their Citizenship Merit Badge. With them are leaders Glenn Brown and Quentin Hart, who is currently an Eagle Scout, and once an Eagle, always an Eagle. So members of the Senate, please join me in welcoming them to our Senate chamber.
Great to have you here. Future leaders. Senator Norwood, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this morning we have visiting with us the Lafayette Stribling's family. And I'd just like to say a word. Coach Stribling, as you may know, was the renowned coach at Mississippi Valley State University, high school at first, Mississippi Valley State University, Tougaloo College, and while at Mississippi Valley, he took Duke to the wire in the NCAA tournament, so he has one of those great honors there. And this morning we have with us his family, his children, Pam and her husband Cliff. Would you just raise your hand? We have Deborah and her husband Curtis Spurlock, and they have Byron Stribling and all of the several of the grandchildren. And I would just like to say, Mr. President, you know, those of you that knew Coach Stribling, you knew he was a flashy dresser. So when he transitioned, he left his dressing to his son, and so his son, I couldn't find a attire this morning in my wardrobe to match Coach Stribling, but his son decided to do the honor. So let's make them feel welcome. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Williams, for what purpose?
Introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'd join me in the South Gallery, I would like to ask the McMullen family if y'all would stand. We have Blake McMullen, the mayor of Eupor, and his beautiful family, his wife Melissa, his daughters Maddie and Riley, his mother Nelda, and his sister Emily. Welcome to the Mississippi Senate into your capital. Thank you for being here.
Welcome, Mayor. We're glad you and your family are here. Senator Frazier, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like the Senate to make welcome our doctor of the day, Dr. Anthony Cloy. He specializes in family medicine. He's also the medical director and associate professor locally, and he's from Jackson, Mississippi. So please make our doctor of the day welcome.
Senator England, you're recognized for an introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, in the North Gallery, we have representing the Mississippi Podiatric Medical Association, Dr. Charles Kaplis. He's the secretary of the board for that organization. He's with the foot specialist of South Mississippi in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. And we're glad to have you here, Doctor. With him also is T.J. Harvey, who is a friend of mine from Mississippi State, who probably doesn't think he was going to get introduced this morning, but I have to introduce him as the fearless leader of the Mississippi State University College Republicans when I was there. He was a great leader. Doctor and T.J., it's very good to have you guys here this morning.
Good to see you both. Thank you very much for joining us today. Senator Branning, you're recognized for introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like for the junior pages to make their way into the chamber, please. I'm going to take a moment and introduce each one of them. We have a fantastic group this week that is here to help us. The best group. Senator Parker reminded me this is the best group. And so as I call your name, if each page, if you'll just step out and wave so that we can sort of identify you. Paging for Senator Blackman, we have Eugene Pearson and Jordan Price. My pages this week, my son Ellis Branning and Ryan Dunn. Paging for the Lieutenant Governor and the nephew of Nathan Upchurch, we have Hayden Frazier. And then we have Reese Ishii, the son of Christy Ishii, down in Appropriations. We have Mary Everett Robinson, Kyla Rudd, and then Miss Ann Sullivan's precious grandchildren that I met yesterday, Amaya Sullivan and Malachi Sullivan, doing a great job for us. Senator Michelle's pages, Ralph Roberts and Ford Stewart. Paging for Senator Moran, Corbin Camp, here with us. Paging for Senator Sarita Simmons, Adavian Bush, and John Eubanks. Last but certainly not least, some of the most special pages we have ever had. Paging for Senator Simmons, we have DJ and Carter Simmons. Thank you so much.
Welcome, all of you. They're getting younger and younger. All right, Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, for an introduction, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Jackson delegation, I would like to welcome in the West Gallery, I see them beginning to stand, the members of the Board of Directors for the Jackson Convention Center. We have Ms. Mavis James, Mr. Ricky Thigpen, who is doing a great job at our Convention and Visitors Bureau, the Honorable Fred Banks, Alan Walters, Dwayne O'Neill, Attorney Charlene Priester, and Ms. Miller, the events coordinator at the Convention Center. Let's please make them welcome.
Thank you. Senator Chisholm, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I have three very special guests here today. They are more like family than they are just friends. Would you please stand? Johnny Ross, Miss Ann Ross, his wife. They are church members of mine. And last but not least, Mr. Bobby Otts. He has ridden many, many miles across country with me on a motorcycle. Please make them welcome.
Thank you. Senator Boyd, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you. We have some very special guests with us today. We have the family of Senator Rod Hickman. Will y'all help us make them feel welcome today? And they'll stand.
We got at least one down here. Okay, moving to the calendar. Any other introductions? Any other introductions? I have a busy day today. Moving to the calendar. Senator Harkins, you're recognized. I'm sorry, Senator Hobson, you're recognized, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 1 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read title.
House Bill number 1600, Appropriation Education Department of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes your usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the strike call and ask that you recognize Senator DeBar to explain it.
Senator Barr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1600 is the educational budget
for our general education programs. We adopted LBR Plus. We included teacher pay raises, teacher assistants, the health insurance increased costs, and that number is $2.2 billion. This will go to conference. The number will change depending on the amount of the pay raise, which I expect to increase from this bill. And so I'll yield for any questions if there are any, Mr. President.
Seeing no questions. Oh, I'm sorry, we do. Senator Bryan, I'm sorry. You yield Senator Bryan for a question?
I do.
Senator Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question about Section 27, which says it is the intention of the legislature. Interesting that we're down here in session. If we intend to do something, that seemingly we just do it, but we're not actually doing it. We're just informing the world of our intention. Always struck me as odd. But Section 27, there's $20 million from the Public School Building Fund. Can you work through how that exactly works out, please?
Yes, sir. This is a diversion from the public building, the fund, to MAEP. It started back in, I believe, 2002, took a year off, and has occurred every year since 2004 to divert into the MAEP. And so, if you recall, this year in education, we passed the code sections to try to reinstitute that and actually make it better. And so that is what that is. It's diversion to MAEP of that money.
Well, what happened was, I believe, we passed a 1-cent sales tax for education, and the money was to go to certain education matters. And one of the things that we did was to send $20 million a year to the Public School Building Fund, which would allow the Public School Building Fund to issue bonds, and those funds would be available to help pay for building schools throughout the state. And as you say, soon after, those funds were diverted. But I don't think those diversions take place by operation of law. I think they only take place if we have something like Section 27. So in other words, if we didn't have this provision in Section 27, I think the way this works is that $20 million would just go to the Public School Building Fund, just like we told the people we would do when we passed the 1-cent sales tax, over the veto of Governor Fordyce, I might add.
Okay. I wasn't here then, so I would assume that's correct as far as the veto and so
Yes,
forth. So I trust you.
Mr. Chairman, my father lived to be 97 years old, and he said late in life he was so old no one was around to question any of his stories. So maybe the same thing has happened to me. But I believe it is the case that if we simply did not have Section 27, that $20 million would stay in the Public School Building Fund. Am I right about that?
I believe you're correct on that.
And so I'm also assume, and I don't know, that if one offered an amendment simply to strike Section 27, that would be a violation of the joint rules.
That would probably be correct as well.
I have a question about how much MAEP is underfunded. And I appreciate very much the handout. Those are very useful. But aren't we underfunding MAEP even more this year than we did the previous year?
Yes.
And of course, MAEP is the money the schools use to operate on. It's what they need for things like paying utility bills and running buses, all of those things.
Yes.
And so the MAEP per student cost that we're talking about was based on the way things were, I guess, in the school year that ended in June of this year. So they don't reflect, obviously they can't reflect this year's cost.
Right, the base
Because we're in the middle of this year.
Right, the base student cost is, every year we add inflation to it, or the CPI, and then this year is a recalculation year for the BSC.
And so the money we're appropriating this year is based on expenditures, I always get these years confused, in the school year that went from 1920 to 1921.
Is that right? I think that's correct.
And we're appropriating now for the school year that begins in 22 and goes through 23.
That's correct.
So we're 2 years behind. In other words, if we, as they say, fully funded public education, we'd be fully funding the MAEP as it was 2 years ago, based on cost 2 years ago. Do you think it's a reasonable assumption that the school districts from July 1st, 21 through June 30th, 23 will have significantly higher cost than they did in the school year from 20 to 21?
I think costs are more now than they were 2 years ago. I would agree with that statement.
I believe it's the case, and I don't know, that there is in the add-on to the MAEP funding for transportation. And I believe that transportation funding formula, although the dollars vary, but the formula itself is pretty much what we've always had.
Yeah, transportation's an add-on cost to MAEP. I believe last year, maybe this year, it's roughly about 82 million for the transportation that we send to districts through MAEP, correct?
How do we decide how much money will be in the transportation amount?
I think that's just part of the formula, through the MAEP formula, which you know probably better than I do.
I'm not sure I understand the transportation formula, but I believe it's the case that we're paying for a much smaller percentage of transportation than we did historically. I don't know, am I accurate about that?
Well, it's, with the underfunding of MAEP, it's underfunded at a similar percentage. So MAEP is probably underfunded around 10%. So the transportation costs, we're probably putting 10% less than the 82, so about 8 million less than fully funding the transportation costs.
Well, again, I'm not aware of the actual mechanics of the transportation formula, except in the most general of senses, it depends on how many miles you're hauling, how many students. So, I understand that. But I sure think it's the case that we're not funding the percentage of transportation costs that we used to, as a result of which we're shifting more and more transportation costs to the local school districts. And I do remember when Madam Fiji Water came down to visit us from New Jersey, that one of the arguments in favor of her position was that we would no longer be restricting the schools to using this transportation money only for transportation. They would have flexibility, and they could use it for more. And the result, of course, was uncontrolled laughter among the school people, because the notion that any school district anywhere is even close to being able to pay for its transportation costs with the money that comes from the state is just laughable. Oh, my question is, don't you agree? Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, I'd like to speak at the appropriate time on final passage, not on the amendment.
You'll be recognized at the proper time. Senator Wiggins for a question. You have a question?
Yes.
Do you yield Senator Wiggins for a question?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to know where we are in this bill on the early learning funding.
As you probably know, the funding is a separate line item in there.
Correct.
And so we'll put that language in there again, as we've done in the past.
In conference?
Or like we've done. We'll increase the amount like we've done in conference every year.
Okay.
That's the intention.
That line item is in there?
It will be as we come out of conference, unless the House says otherwise. But that's my position, is to increase the funding like you and I have done
Right.
for several years now.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, let's go strong on that position as we go.
I think they've done well, and you know they've done very well, and we need to keep that figure in there.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I do.
Do you yield Senator Hill for a question?
I do.
Senator
Thank
Hill.
you, Mr. Chairman. In section 36, it says of the funds appropriated, funding is provided for the ACT test, which is the college readiness portion of the state accountability model. My question is, where can I see a breakdown of that state accountability model? Because I guess I didn't realize they were using ACT as a portion of the accountability model. I thought they were still using Questar. And I'll be honest, I haven't kept up with what they've done the last few years, but I know that we had codified that accountability model in the past, so my question is there some place that we can look at this accountability model where it references ACT as the college readiness portion?
And I've seen it on their website, and we can get a copy and get that.
So it is on their website?
I believe.
Do you know?
I've seen it there before. It may have changed in the last couple weeks or month, but I've seen it there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Okay.
If there are no further questions, Mr. President, I move for
Senator Barrett.
adoption.
Senator Barrett, do you have a question?
I do.
Senator,
I do.
You yield? I'm sorry.
I do.
Senator Barrett, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On line 78, Mississippi School for Fine Arts, I noticed there's a allocation for $125,000. Is that for the increase in teacher salary?
That's not for the teacher's salary increase. That's just, we've done that every year for, it's the EEF money that goes to that school.
Okay. And Mississippi School of the Arts and Mississippi School of Math and Science and Mississippi School for the Blind and Deaf, those teachers will also be included on any pay raise the state receives?
That's
Okay.
correct. That's part of, that's part of the report. It's about $460,000 based on the report that we sent over. Like I said, that'll be increased.
Thank you.
Because of the amount as well.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator Bryan would be a proper time. Oh, has he, did you move that we adopt the strike-all?
Can we move, thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the strike-all.
Okay, move that we adopt the strike-all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike-all is adopted. Senator Bryan.
I would like to discuss what's been going on with funding for public education over the years. We passed a 1-cent sales tax for education during the Fordyce administration. And that passed over the veto of Governor Fordyce. It allocated money for specific matters in education. One of the problems with education, particularly in poor school districts, is coming up with enough money for buildings. This was addressed in two ways. We had money that was sent directly to the schools for capital improvements. And we also had the Public School Building Fund, which has existed for a long period of time. And they issue bonds long-term at the state rate. The issuance cost is very low, producing money to help districts build buildings. Because when a local school district builds a building, the money and issues bonds, that's basically paid for out of ad valorem tax. And this was one of a number of our efforts to pick up the burden of public education at the state level so that you wouldn't have to have increasing ad valorem taxes. And soon after that, these items that had been earmarked for teacher supplies and for public school buildings were shifted over into the general formula. In other words, we just didn't pay them. We just stole the money. And I suppose the argument is it's been going on for so long the statute of limitations is run. But of course, the explanation was we're short of money, we're doing the best we can, and all this crying and hollering and slinging snot about how hard we're trying to help the schools, we just don't have any money, what can we do? So every year we take this $20 million away. And I remember Senator Gordon, who's chairman of appropriations, standing up here and announcing that we were giving the school districts flexibility about how they could spend this money. And I said, then, well, that's like having a car payment and a house payment and going down to the bank and paying only one of them, but telling the banker he's got flexibility about whether he applies the payment to the car loan or the house loan. I don't think that's the way bankers do business. But that's what we have been doing to our public schools under the argument, once again, we're just broke, we don't have any money, we can't help you. When we adopted the joint rules, we adopted this very unfortunate provision, which essentially emasculated the members of the Senate. So by adopting this provision in the joint rules, this Senate voted to emasculate itself. That provision said that you cannot offer an amendment to increase spending in an appropriation bill unless you identify some other bill which is before the chamber at the same time this half of the budget's before the chamber that you want to reduce. So if hypothetically you wanted to reduce money from a bill that's on the other half, that the bills that are over in the chamber, you couldn't do that. But more importantly, it keeps you from accessing these billions of dollars we've got. Billions of dollars in cash. And we've got another bill to just basically spend it like, I don't want to insult drunken sailors. But it's not in order under our joint rules for me to come offer an amendment that says, let's just stop this. Let's just delete section 27, leave the $20 million where the law says it ought to be, or where we told the people we were going to put their money when we raised their taxes. Leave it there. I can't do that because of this joint rule. We were actually sent down here by our constituents to be independent actors. We were not sent down here to be presidential electors, merely to ratify a decision that had been made by someone else. So we continue to underfund the adequate education program. The adequate education program is based on making sure that each school district in the state has enough money under the basic funding formula to produce the education that is required in order to be accredited. Now, obviously, in order to do that, you have to hire a certain number of teachers, and there's no guarantee that the teachers you hire will be as good as you want, and there's no guarantee that you will be able to educate the children with the funds that you have if you can't attract the teachers that you need, and on and on. You can't supply the other things that students need in order to learn. But at least, under the basic formula, you've got enough to carry the basic cost. And there are provisions in this to pay for things that you have to run a school with. You have to have utilities. You have to have someone to keep up the grounds. You operate school buses. You have people that you need to clean the building, and on and on and on. You do have to have principals, assistant principals. You do have to have people to keep up with curriculum. You do need guidance counselors. So when we don't fund the program, that doesn't mean the schools don't need the money. It doesn't mean the schools don't have the money in order to operate, but the only place these schools have to go to get the money is from ad valorem taxes. And what we've been doing is we have been pushing on to the local ad valorem taxpayers the burden of funding the schools because the state is not following the law. There is a law on the books that says we will fully fund the adequate education formula, which also was enacted over the veto of Governor Fordyce. I want you to think about this. A 2/3 vote in both the Senate and the House to override the veto of Governor Fordyce. I'm telling you, the proposition had broad support. And yet, we failed to fund the formula. With all the money we've got, and with the bill that's down the road on the calendar, how can anyone go home and say to the schools, we're doing the best we can for you? How can we go make that speech that I've heard 1,000 times? We're just like a family, we've got to cut costs, we've got to stay within the budget, and on and on and on. How, if we pass this legislation that's on the calendar later on, let alone what it's going to look like if and when there's a conference report? Because if this is our opening bid, you can only imagine. We have enough money to fully fund the program this year. We're choosing not to. We're choosing to do something else with the money.
Senator DeVar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bryan. We've been spending more on education this year than we ever have before. We continue to do so, and I don't think that'll decrease as the years go forward. Let's not forget that each of the school districts have received $1 billion in ESSER funds for the utilization as well. $200 million last year for devices out of the CARES Act money for broadband and devices. So even though the money may not go to MAEP, we are funding our schools, and they are getting a lot of money. And so we will continue to strive to get closer to that fully funding, but not at the expense of other costs and liabilities of the state. So with that, Mr. President, I ask for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator, you have another question. Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
I have a question, yes.
Do you yield Senator Jordan for a question?
I will.
Senator Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, out of the 20-plus years MAEP has been an organization for teachers, could you just for the record give me how many times it has been fully funded?
I think once or twice.
Once or twice?
Probably, Senator Jordan.
More than 2 decades, but only once or twice. You think that's a good record of funding it?
I think we're doing the best we can, Senator Jordan.
Best we can?
I think we're putting money where it needs to be, considering all the other expenses that the state has before it.
But you will agree with me that education is a priority for success in many instances?
I think education is a priority, healthcare is a priority,
sure.
Corrections is a priority, law enforcement is a priority, healthcare in general of our state is a priority.
But for over 2 decades, we have only funded it 2 times. That's sad.
I think it's once or twice.
You're probably right on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Senator Bryan, you have a question?
I do.
You yield to Senator Bryan.
Friendly questions, right?
Senator
Oh,
Bryan.
yes.
Always.
Senator Bryan.
So I'm sure you remember that when we passed the adequate education formula, there was a phase-in of 6 years. I think it was phased in at a cost of maybe $20 million a year for 6 years. And you do recall that it was fully funded during each of those phase-in years, don't you?
I recall, based on the information you provided, Jimmy. Yes, sir.
And it was fully funded the first year. So I've heard this comment that the formula has only been funded fully a couple of times, but looked at a different way, it was fully funded for the first 7 years, and then we were said to have budget problems. Isn't my recollection
That
correct?
would be my recollection as well, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator requests use this morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use this morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, Mr. President, what I would like to do is to take up several bills in block and then come back to certain bills that will be that I've identified that may have some questions, and also there's some bills that we're hoping to take back to the House for final passage. We've got, in all of the bills that I'm going to go through and take up in block, they all have strike-alls in them, and they would be, we would intend to send those to conference, and the idea would be to just kind of work our way through the calendar. So my motion at this point would be to take items 2 through 15 on today's calendar up in block.
2 through 15?
2 through 15, yes, sir.
All right.
Unless the member would like to pull any of those.
Senator requests that we take items 2 through 15 in block. Does anyone object to this procedure? Senator Bryan, do you object?
I do not object, but I would like to have item 9 set aside.
Well, we'll set item 9 and take up all others 2 through 15. Senator Blunt, you object?
I'd like 8 set aside.
Set items 8 also aside. Anyone else? All right, seeing no others with any objection. Oh, Senator Hill.
I'd like to set 2 and 3 aside.
Set 2 and 3 aside. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Senator McDaniel?
2, that was good.
2, okay. It's already been set aside. Anyone else? So if you would read off the other, you asked to read the titles of the bills?
House Bill number 1607, Appropriation Mississippi Broadband Commission. House Bill number 1609, Appropriation Public Service Commission. House Bill number 1610, Appropriation Public Utility Staff. House Bill number 1623, Appropriation Veterans Home Purchase Board. House Bill number 1626, Appropriation Capital Post-Conviction Counsel Office of. House Bill number 1625, Appropriation District Attorneys and Staff. House Bill number 1627, Appropriation State Public Defender Office of. House Bill number 1628, Appropriation Supreme Court, Court of Appeals and Trial Judge Services. House Bill number 1593, Appropriation Insurance Department of. House Bill number 1594, Appropriation Fire Academy.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the strike-all and on those items. And again, I'll state that all of those are at LBR with the exception of SPB language, SEC squared increases and the health insurance increases, and that we adopt the strike-all.
Senator moves we adopt the strike-all on those items. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Now I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use the morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bills have passed.
Okay,
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for consideration of item 2 on the calendar.
Senator moves that we go back to item 2 for consideration. Anyone object to that procedure? Item 2. Yeah, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson, back on item 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 2. Have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1601, Appropriation Educational Television Authority for.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the strike-all and ask that you recognize Senator DeBar to explain it.
Moves adoption of the strike-all. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Barr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, this is the Education TV budget. This is MPB. We are doing LBR plus SEC squared and health insurance increases. And so that figure would be a total of $11.2 million. There are some things that they need as far as towers and so forth that we're going to look at when we get in the conference, because we funded some of those last year. They have a few left that need to be done, and so we're looking at that as well. So that is an explanation of the bill, Mr. President. Yield for any questions. If there are none, I move for adoption of the strike all by use.
We've already adopted the strike all.
All right. If there are none, I move for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill voting no. Senator Sojourner voting no. Senator McDaniel voting no. Senator Chisholm voting no. I think that's it. Okay. Please read off the names of those voting no.
Voting no or nay, McDaniel, Hill, Sojourner, Chisholm.
Okay. All right. So, Senator moves use of morning roll call for final passage. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Oh, I'm sorry. Please record all others voting aye, and the bill is passed. All right. Well, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm asking that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 3 on today's calendar.
Senator moves that we go back to item 3. Any objection to that? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1602, Appropriation Library Commission.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike all and ask that you recognize Senator DeBar to explain.
Senator moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The strike call is adopted. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This is the budget and the appropriation for the Library Commission. It is LBR plus health insurance costs. Health insurance increases were about $88,000, so that brings total Senate action to $12.5 million. That is an explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I'll yield for any questions. If there are none, I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator, ask for use of passage by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Hill, I'm sorry, present. Senator McDaniel, Senator Sojourner, Senator Chisholm, all voting present. All others, please record as voting aye by the use of morning roll call. Bill's passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item number 8 on today's calendar.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go to item 8. Any objection to that? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Go to item 8. Senator Hobson.
I ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1605, Appropriation Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks Department.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike all and ask that you recognize Senator Delano to explain it.
I'm sorry. Senator Delano, you're recognized.
Thank you. This is the Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks consolidated budget. It's LBR plus health insurance increases. It does have the performance measures in the bill, and we left all the language out, or left all the language to be the same for right now until we go to conference. I'll yield for any questions.
Senator, you have a question. Senator Blunt, you have a question?
Yes, sir.
You yield, Senator Blunt.
Absolutely.
Senator
Thank you,
Blunt.
Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Delano. There's been a lot of talk about the state of our park system. We're all concerned about it. It's been in decline for some time. So beginning with the budget, are we recommending less money? What's before us now? Are we recommending less money than last year or more money than last year?
Well, when we tell you that this is the first year that I've had the opportunity to work on this budget, and I've enjoyed working with Chairman of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks, here in the Senate and as well as the House to try to address some of those issues. As of right now, the money that we have in there is it's a level funding from last year, but we are looking at opportunities for us to do it. Well, hold on, excuse me. So they had some employees that were cut out from LBR, and it totals about 11 million that were decreased in funding for them at this time. Like I said, this is something that we're going to conference with. The our state parks are very important to me. I use them all the time, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted to take a look at this budget, and I'm very happy to have it and be able to work with the agency to make sure that we do that. And of course, that's going to require additional funding to do that, and we're going to find a pathway for us to be able to do that over time.
Well, and all I have is the sheet that was passed out on February 16th, and I assume that's still the correct numbers, but what I see is the department received, including reappropriations, 9.6 million last year in general funds, and this recommendation is $6 million, which would be a cut of 33%. Is that the correct number? I appreciate your sentiments, but what I'm looking at is how much money they got last year and what the Senate action is showing right now. And what I see is a cut of 33%. Is that correct?
Well, that's what you would see if you look at it from last year, but remember we had some capital expense funds that went in to that particular budget. And again, we hope that we'll be able to add some additional capital expense for this year. So while you may be looking at something that's absolutely correct right now, just know that we will have some monies that will fall out due to capital expense that's not put back in yet as of this year.
Right, and I appreciate you leading directly into where I was going to go, as I assume that there are one-time capital expense fund projects that y'all are looking at, and can you tell me where we are with that?
At this point in time, I can't really tell you because there's a lot of things that are up in the air. Well, of course, we'd like to put as much money as we could into this, but there's a lot of competing factors. But we're definitely working to try to make sure that the monies that we intend to go into the parks will go into the park budget, and then it won't be spent anywhere else. And we want to make sure that it is spent, on improving those assets that we already have.
Well, I mean, again, I appreciate the sentiment, Senator Delano, but I'm just grab some old budget books, and the general fund appropriation in 2016 was $8.9 million, and the general fund appropriation, not including capital expense, that you're recommending is $6 million, and we all come up here and complain about the sorry state of the parks, and they're getting less money than they got a decade ago, and there's a plan in the House that would reduce the general fund budget by almost 30%, and there's a plan in the calendar that would reduce the general fund budget by more than 6%, and they're getting a third less money than they got almost a decade ago, and why are the parks in sorry shape?
Yes, look, I'm with you, I understand that. But also I want to remind you, we've already taken action on a couple of ARPA bills that has over $50 million that are going to our parks. And what we want to make sure is that money goes into the parks budget, or the recreation budget unit that's part of wildlife, fisheries, and parks. So we want to make sure that money is spent there to improve our parks, as well as making sure that it's running efficiently as possible. These are all things that we're working on, Senator. And like I said, I look forward to working with the agency to work through some of these issues and finding out where their needs are and getting those needs addressed over time.
So we're looking at ARPA money, and the Senate's released a good plan on ARPA money, and you're looking at capital expense money as well.
Yeah, well, I don't know about capital expense, but I do know that I think the action that we took the other day was about $50 million that we're going to go towards our state parks. And that's a huge investment, reinvestment in those assets that we already have, and I can look forward to continue to work on those.
And that's one-time money?
Yes, sir. Well, one-time money that will be spent over a number of years through the projects that we're going to identify, and that we'll work with the agency to make sure that we get the best utilization of those funds.
But as far as the general fund is concerned, do you think that this general fund appropriation is sufficient to maintain the ongoing annual operations of the parks system?
Well, we're working, I'll definitely work with the chairman on making sure that we get them everything that we can. But I do know, like I said, this is my first year working on this particular budget, and I don't know the history of their general funds.
It was
but I
more.
will look at it. I get that. I get it.
So my question is, if revenue to the state general fund was decreased by, under the House proposal, almost 30%, and this budget had to be decreased by 30%, what would be the impact to the parks in the state?
I couldn't tell you that right now, but I do want to point out one thing. The action that we're taking today, when we're talking about general funds, the Senate plan is only $50,000 less than their estimate from this year. For general funds.
The Senate plan is $50,000 less than what the Joint Legislative Budget Committee recommended, not what they got last year, but what the legislature is proposing is a little bit less than what the legislature proposed a few months ago.
Now, that's just general funds. So general funds we had over in 2020, FY 2022, there was $5.9 million of general funds that went into it. This year, LBR was right at 5.9, but it was a little bit less than the prior year, their estimate, and it was just by $48,000.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Lehman.
Thank you.
Senator Whaley, would you like to be recognized for a question?
Yes, for question, please.
Do you yield Senator Whaley for a question?
Absolutely.
Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Question for you. You did say that this appropriation would be going to conference, correct?
Absolutely, it will be.
So it's no foregone conclusion that this is what they're going to get. There's still opportunities out there to, as you guys from the coast say, find buckets of money, correct?
Well, we're definitely working to see what we can do to find additional dollars to go into our state parks. They desperately need it.
And that's something that we've all been working on the Senate side this year, correct?
Absolutely. I appreciate your efforts in helping me with that.
And we're going to keep working on that, correct?
Yes, sir. I look forward to working with you.
I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right,
Mr. President, are there any other questions? I'll move for adoption.
I think we've already adopted the strike all. We have
Okay.
not adopted the strike all. Okay, so all in favor of the strike all say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryan, do you wish to speak? All right. Senator Bryan, you're recognized to speak.
I'm here because I think the discussion that Senator Blunt started about the general fund versus other funds is mighty important, and we should pay attention to it. Which, of course, reminds me of another thing they did to public education. I grew up hearing so many stories about the Depression and World War II. I came to believe I'd lived through the Depression and fought in World War II. So I'm afraid now I'm turning into my grandparents and telling stories about things that happened long ago. One of the things we did to help public education was we set up an education enhancement fund. And this fund was going to be funded in part by leftover money at the end of the year. So if things worked out at the end of the year, we had money left over, we would go into this education enhancement fund. And what quickly took place is it became a replacement fund for other appropriations. In other words, the people in charge just began pulling down the normal appropriation for education and replacing it with money from the education enhancement fund, and laughed and giggled and slapped their knees and said, we can pay for that out of the enhancement fund. Breaking another promise we made to public education. Well, what happened for a while is, this may sound familiar, we were having good times and we had money left over at the end of the year, and so there was money there year after year in the education enhancement fund. But then came a year when the economy wasn't like it used to be, and we didn't have all that money left over. And there were no funds in the education enhancement fund. So in fact, in that budget year, I believe the legislature managed to appropriate money that never did show up. And ultimately what happened is, because we were relying on one-time money for recurring expenses, when the one-time money wasn't there, education once again took a hefty hit, and we all said, we're sorry, we're doing the best we can on it. And all that. But this is what's happening to a lot of our appropriations, as best I can tell. And it's hard to tell, because we've got all these funds, and if you start trying to read an appropriation bill and find out where the money's coming from and where it's going, you just about have to hire a forensic accountant. But it seems to me that there are a lot of expenditures which ought to be coming out of the general fund, which are coming out of the capital expense fund. The capital expense fund, as I understand it, is primarily money that's left over at the end of the year. And so, as I understood the questions, why are we not providing appropriate general fund appropriations for the parks? The answer is, oh, don't worry about it. We're getting them that money from ARPA, and we're getting them that money from the capital expense fund, and on and on and on. But ARPA is over. We haven't spent all the money yet, but I don't think they're going to send us a big pile again. And the capital expense fund is only there if revenues come in excess of what we anticipated. And of course, revenues have been pouring in because of the incredible amounts of money the United States government has been issuing, particularly to people who tend to spend that money. And Mississippi proportionately has done extremely well under that. But we didn't get that money because of anything we did. We got that money because of federal policies. As I like to say, whether it's good or bad, we don't have anything to do with the federal policies, we just take them. But that's where the money is coming from. And I believe it is the case that throughout the budget, there are entities which have come to rely on funding from the capital expense fund. And I think if we have a year, if you can imagine such a thing, when we don't have that extra money in the capital expense fund, what's going to happen to this budget and everything else? Where's everybody else? Don't worry, we're going to take care of this in conference and get money out of capital expense and pay for all that. What's going to happen when that fiscal year rolls around?
Senator Delano, close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we've done a really good job over the last couple of years of identifying the problems with our parks. I look forward to working with the agency as well as our leadership here in the Senate to address these issues over time, and we will certainly do that. With that, Mr. President, I will suggest that we use morning roll call for final passage.
Senator requests to use morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll calls voting aye. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr.
The bill's
President.
passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 9 on today's calendar.
Senator asked that for immediate consideration of going back to item 9. Anyone object to this procedure? Seeing no objection, we'll go back to item 9. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I move that we have the title read.
Please read the title.
Appropriation 16, House Bill number 1629, Appropriation Attorney General.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the strike call and ask that you recognize Senator Norwood to explain.
Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman Hobson, House Bill 1629, the Attorney General's, the recommendation, the Senate action concurs with the LBR recommendation of $32,810,038 plus the $30,456 in insurance, increase in insurance for a total of $32,840,494. And that's explanation of the bill, Mr. President. This time I ask any question.
Seeing no question, you move for adoption of the strike all.
I move for adoption of the strike
All in
all.
favor of the strike all, say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Norwood.
Mr. President, I move final passage on the morning roll call, strike out.
Senator requests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Bryan wishes to be recorded voting no. Seeing no others, please record all others. Use the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Hobson,
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 16 on today's calendar and have the title read.
please read the title.
House Bill number 1596, appropriation, Real Estate Commission and Appraisal Licensing and Certification Board.
Senator Hobson.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the strike all and ask that you recognize Senator Michelle to explain.
Senator moves for adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. The strike all is adopted.
Thank you,
Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Mississippi Real Estate Commission and the Real Estate Appraiser and Licensing Certification Board, that used to be one agency, used to be allowed to perform appraisals with the real estate broker's license, but we have two budgets now for these two agencies. They're both special fund agencies. They generate their own funds, and the generation of revenue comes from license fees, application fees, renewal fees, fingerprint background checks, and continuing education courses. The source of funds for the Real Estate Commission is 1.75. That's the Senate action. This is final passage. And for the Appraisal and Licensure Certification Board is $461,000. Both include health insurance increases and the SEC squared personnel increases. The Real Estate Commission budget includes $25,000 to replace a vehicle for the Real Estate Commission investigator, a vehicle which is in its last life. I'd be glad to yield to any questions, Mr. President. I move adoption of the strike all.
We've already adopted strike all, and we do have a question. Senator Sparks. Do you yield Senator Sparks for a question?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I'm on finance, not appropriations, so make sure I understand this. This is a special fund, so they create their own money through licensing fees, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay. And so we're just allowing them to spend additional money?
That's exactly right. We've given them the authority. We still have the say on how they expend their funds, although all the funds are generated by the agency.
Okay. And then if they don't zero out every year, do they have a balance in a special?
Yes.
Okay. And do we ever consider that balance in what we appropriate?
Yes. They've retained the money in the funds. This agency has created a balance, quite a large balance, and we can't draft legislation and appropriation bill, but I can promise you I'm going to give some serious look next year at looking at ways to reduce the fees to the licensees, the costs associated with continuing education. They have a very large balance right now, and I'd like to return some of that money to the people who are paying the fees.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your work on that, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you taking the time to explain that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. President, I move final adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no further questions, Senator requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson.
Mr. President, I ask that we, without objection, we take up items 17 through 20 in block. Unless there's some that want to hold one of those four aside.
17 through what, Senator?
20.
20.
Unless anyone wants to.
Anyone object taking items 17 through 20 in block? Seeing no objection.
Okay.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. Ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I ask the titles be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1613, appropriation Medicaid Division of. House Bill number 1611, appropriation Human Services Department of. House Bill number 1612, appropriation Rehabilitation Services Department of. House Bill number 1614, appropriation Health Department of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator recognized to explain the strike calls.
I move adoption of the strike call and ask you to recognize Senator Blackwell to explain.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. These are the funding bills for the Medicaid, Human Services, Child Protective Services, and Department of Rehab. They are all at LBR, funded at LBR, plus the insurance, plus the SEC squared. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? We do have a question. Senator Norwood, do you have a question? Do you yield Senator Norwood for a question?
Yes, sir.
Senator Norwood.
Just introduction out of what appropriate time, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
I'm sorry, introduction of a resolution.
Please bring it forward and read the resolution. Okay, seeing no further questions, your motion was to adopt the strike calls. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackwell.
If no questions, request passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? You have a question or?
No, Mr. President, my issue is as to number 17 on the calendar.
The 17 through 20.
Yes, sir, I know, but it's my understanding that if we take these up in block, I can vote no on a single item. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I want to vote no on number 17. Item number 17, that's HB 1613.
All right, okay, so Senator requests use morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to the procedure? Senator, you don't object to the procedure, but you wish to be recorded as voting. Anyone wish to be recorded voting no? Senator Sojourner, Chisholm, and McDaniel. On those items. Anyone else? Sir? Senator Hill, you wish to be recorded as voting president on which item? On item 17. Anyone else? Okay, so the use of morning roll call has been suggested. And anyone else? So please record, seeing none, please record all others present. Senator Boyd, you wish not to the vote? Okay, please record all others present voting aye. Now the bills have passed. Senator Boyd, you had your light on.
Introduction out of order at the appropriate time.
This would be a good time, Senator. You're recognized. Oh, yeah, please. Well, first, let's let Senator Boyd go.
Would y'all help me welcome some dear friends of mine in the gallery from Panola County? We have Josh and Tuck Hawkins here today. They'll raise their hand.
Welcome to your Senate. Now for reading of the resolution by Senator Norwood. Mr. Clerk.
A concurrent resolution commending and congratulating the Jackson State University Lady Tigers basketball team and head coach Kamika Reed for winning the 2022 SWAC Women's Basketball Regular Season title and for their second consecutive SWAC Tournament Championship.
Okay, now Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 21 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1599, Appropriation Archives and History, Department of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike call and ask to be recognized to explain.
Okay. Well, first, do you want to explain and then vote?
That'll be fine. Explanation of the strike call is that this budget, as all of the rest of these that are not identified separately, is at LBR. Total budget $17,246,799, of which $9,635,657 is general funds, and I move adoption of the strike call.
Senator moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now
Strike
I'll
all is
move
adopted. Senator Hobson.
Passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Blunt, present. Please record all others present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson, that bill is passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we take up items 22 through 26 in block. A motion is to take those up in block.
Senator Hobson moves that we take up items 22 through 26 in block. Anyone object to this procedure? Seeing no objection, Senator,
Aye.
use some more.
Move.
Oh, all in favor? Well, I said no objection, which means all in favor, same thing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Now, Senator Hobson,
Thank you. I ask that the titles be read on those items.
please read the titles on
House
22 through
Bill
26.
number 1598, Appropriation Arts Commission. House Bill number 1604, Appropriation Environmental Quality, Department of. House Bill number 1606, Appropriation Grand Gulf Military Monument Commission. House Bill number 1624, Appropriation Marine Resources Department of. House Bill number 1617, Appropriation Soil and Water Conservation Commission.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of strike all and ask to be recognized to explain. All four of these items, Mr. President, are LBR, the same issues.
You're recognized to explain, Senator Hobson.
They will be going to conference, and I would move adoption of the strike all, if there are no questions.
Senator moves adoption of the strike all. Seeing no questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I move passage of these four items by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present with use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 27 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1620, Appropriation Port Authority, State.
Make the
Senator
usual
Hobson.
motion.
Makes your usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I move adoption of the strike all and ask that you recognize Senator Branning to explain.
Senator Branning, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the final version of HB 1620 for the Mississippi State Port Authority. The Senate action on this is $45,823,351, which simply consists of LBR plus health insurance. If there are no questions, my motion is final adoption on one roll call.
Well, first we have to adopt the strike all. All in favor of the strike all say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Now for Senator request use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to that procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present with use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson. Bill is passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask we go to item 28 on the calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1618, Appropriation Pat Harrison Waterway District.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike all and ask you to recognize Senator Branning to explain.
Senator Branning, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1618 is the budget for the Pat Harrison Waterway District, and this will be final action. This bill will not be in conference. The Senate action here is $6,471,863, which consists of LBR plus an entry for capital expense around $500,000 for improvements to the park. I'm happy to answer questions. Otherwise, I move adoption of strike all.
Senator moves adoption of the strike all. Seeing no questions, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that we take items 29 and 30 up
Oh,
in
we
block.
got use the morning roll call for
I'm sorry.
final passage.
Ask for passage by use of morning roll call on item 28 on the calendar.
Senator requests use morning roll call final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Now, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we take up items 29 and 30 in block.
29 and 30 in block. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
I ask the titles be read.
Please read the titles.
House Bill number 1619, Appropriation Pearl River Valley Water Supply District. House Bill number 1621, appropriation Tongue-Bibbey River Valley Water Management District.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike all and ask to be recognized to explain, Mr. President.
Who to explain?
I'll explain. These two
You're
are,
recognized.
these two were special fund bills, and they will be going to conference, and they are at LBR at this point.
Okay, let's move for adoption of strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Now I move passage of these two by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Those two bills have passed. Senator Hobson.
I ask that we go to item 31 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1622, appropriation Yellow Creek State Inland Port Authority.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike all and ask you to recognize Senator Branning to explain.
Senator Branning, you recognized to explain the strike on.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1622 is the budget for the Yellow Creek State Inland Port Authority. This will be the final action on this bill. It will not be going to conference. The Senate action is $13,314,302. It consists of the LBR plus insurance. There were some salary increases there that we thought were warranted, as well as some capital expense there for the expansion of their plant and facilities there at the port. Happy to answer questions. Otherwise, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
First, we have to adopt the strike all.
Adoption of the strike
Senator
all.
Hobson had moved that we adopt the strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The strike all is adopted. And now the request is used for morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 32 on the calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1630, appropriation Transportation Department of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike call and ask you to recognize Senator Branning to explain.
Senator Branning, you recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1630 is the budget for the Department of Transportation. And I will say first off, there is a reverse repealer. We still have work to do on this budget. But presently, we've got the LBR plus the insurance. And so at this point, the Senate action will be $1,126,828,230. I'm happy to yield for questions. Otherwise, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Blunt, do you have a question?
Speak on the bill.
It's proper time. Senator Blunt and Senator Bryan both wish to speak. Want to speak on final passage? Yeah, you want, Senator Blunt, do you wish to speak on final passage, or would you like to speak on the strike all? Final passage? Okay, so the motion is that we adopt the strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Now for final passage. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Branning. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, how many people in the legislature, in the Senate and in the House in 2019, when they were running for office, ran on infrastructure and on improving the highways in our state? I remember in the general election, I remember in the Republican primary for governor, I think in every single primary and in every general election in the state, this was the dominant issue. This is what people were talking about. The budget that's before you now is $26 million less than the budget was 2 years ago. We hope we can get some more of that back. That often happens in conference. Now we have one-time money. But the choice, again, and I know we are just beating this to death, but we're beating it to death because we feel like it is critically important. Did you run on improving highways in this state, or did you run on eliminating the income tax? When you were running for office, or the members of the House were running for office, did they run on eliminating the income tax, elect me and I'll eliminate the income tax, or did they run on improving the infrastructure, roads and bridges, highways of this state? This is what people ran on. This is what Republicans ran on. This is what Democrats ran on. This is what the people want. They didn't run on eliminating the income tax. They ran on fixing infrastructure to grow the state. The budget that is before you reduces infrastructure. And all of our congressmen and half of our Senate delegation didn't vote to send us any money for infrastructure. Now we have it, and the same folks who were against it are claiming credit for getting it. This is what the people want us to be dealing with. This is what we ran on. This is what, if you adopt the plan that's been put forward by the House, every single budget that you see that relies on a general fund would be reduced by approximately 30% when the House plan is phased in. Every single budget that you see, if you adopt the bill that's on the finance calendar today, will be reduced by a little more than 6%. Cut every one of them by that amount of money. That's your choice. We're told it's a time for choosing. It is. Do you want to do what you ran on and invest in infrastructure, or do you want to eliminate the income tax, which almost none of us ran on in both parties? That's the choice. And yesterday I was in the Finance Committee meeting. We passed a tax cut bill. House just had a press conference just a few minutes ago out in the rotunda about their plan to eliminate the income tax, and I understand they've dropped the sales tax component. So the hit's going to be about $2 billion a year. They're taking out all the increases they proposed last year. They're taking out all the increases they proposed this year, and they're just going to get the general fund. And so I was in a Finance Committee meeting yesterday when we passed a tax cut, and just shortly after that I had the opportunity to meet with some road builders. And the topic of conversation was, where can we really got to find some money somewhere. We just got to find money to fix roads. We know we can't raise gas tax. People don't want to raise gas tax. Inflation is up. But dadgummit, where can we find some money to fix roads? Where can we possibly do that? What world, what world are we living in? I just walked out of the Finance Committee meeting, or you could just go and hear a speaker just now. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. A House plan, which is totally reckless, totally irresponsible, almost $2 billion a year. You make a choice. And so when we go to these meetings in the off season, and we say, well, gosh, I wish I could do more for you. The folks, I have to make a choice and say, well, I did try to do something. I did try to protect the general fund and money for the Department of Education, money for the Department of Transportation, all the other things that we need. And as a result of that, I pay a price. I'm going to get a bad grade on a report card. The national groups that are pushing this are not going to support my next campaign. I'm going to be called anti-business. There are campaign contributions that I will not receive. But I made a choice. And my choice was to do the things that I ran on, which I would say most of y'all ran on. Infrastructure, public schools, public safety. That's what we ran on. And so I make the choice to be consistent and go back and be able to do the things and pay for the things with a balanced budget that we need to do. But if you make the choice, and there are people here who I appreciate are consistent down the line. All of us try to do that. It's difficult sometimes. But if you make the choice to reduce the general fund budget by more than 6% or almost 30%, then you need to go back to those people and say, well, I chose to cut your budget by 6%. I chose to cut your budget by 30% so you can have more money in your pocket. And we can't do the public things that need to be done. We're not going to have more money for the parks. We're not going to have more money for transportation. We're not going to have more money for schools because I made the choice to cut the income tax. I didn't tell you I was going to do that when I was running for office. I told you I was going to fix all these things that are neglected and falling apart. But I made the choice to cut taxes instead. I mean, that's what it is. And so if those of us who are opposed to this reckless House plan and these other tax cut plans make that choice and forego the report card or little gold star that we can put on our mailing in the next election, we get the benefit of saying we tried to help. We tried to invest in roads, we tried to invest in schools, we tried to invest in the police and the parks and all the other things that need helping. And the other side chose to do something else. So I would ask you, this is the issue. Transportation was the bipartisan issue last time in the last election. The majority of folks in both parties want this. We can't do it and balance the budget if we're going to blow a hole in the budget. We just can't. And so the roads are going to be what they are. To me, this is basic responsibility of government. This is something that we all ought to agree on, regardless of party. And the only way to do what needs to be done is to protect the general fund budget and the revenue that funds it. And that's what today is about. That's what we all know the next 2.5 weeks are going to be about. But think back to what you ran on. Think back to what the folks at the top of the ticket ran on. Think back to what the people in both parties got elected to do. This is it. So I ask you to support the bill, and I ask you to support any measures that can put more money in the roads, and I ask you to oppose any measures that will take money away from the vital highway system of our state. Thank you.
Senator, do you yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You yield,
Thank you.
Senator Jordan, for a question?
Thank you, Senator.
I do yield, yes.
Senator Jordan.
Just along the lines you're talking about, we have bridges out in some areas where people cannot get out, and some have died because of the fact the bridge was out and they couldn't get to the hospitals in time. If they had to come here, be airlifted by helicopter, then within 2 hours a person have a heart attack and severe, which that person will expire. So we have done an injustice to the people who sent us here based on what we promised to do if we don't do what you just said, Senator.
I agree with that, Senator.
And it does break our hearts when we can't keep our commitment. And there's something wrong with that when we drift away from basic principles that we make and do something else in order to let people know that we're going to do something else, but we promise something different.
I agree with that. I think everybody in this room ran on that. And
sure.
And I think
I ran on it, I know.
Me too.
But how do we correct the problem unless we can get the mindset of those who go in opposite directions? I guess in a minority we cannot, but the truth must be told in spite of what happened. We have tried, and we will continue to try because the people need us to keep our promise. Not next year when people start running, those who did otherwise will face the consequences, maybe not from the people, but there's a greater power that watches the process, that knows. I don't know if I'm making sense, but I'm hurt by the fact that we are not following through on some of the things that you've just indicated.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. I think you are making sense, and I appreciate that. I mean, the only thing the state has done in the last couple of terms to deal with infrastructure is encourage people to buy lottery tickets. And the great irony is that when the federal government steps in to do something, because this state failed to do it, and all of our congressional delegation, with the exception of your Congressman, Senator Jordan, and half of our Senate delegation opposed all the money that is coming down here to fix the infrastructure problems that this state was not able to fix and refused to face. The federal government sends us money to do it, even though most of our folks up there opposed it. And now, as a result of that, we got this tax cut debate. And I don't think we would be having this tax cut debate right now if the federal government hadn't sent that money down here. Because, as I said, the people who were opposed to it are now claiming credit for having it. And it's awfully frustrating. But we all know that this is one-time money. It's not going to happen again. And the long-term viability of the highway system, and that's the bill that's before us, depends on the general fund and the annual recurring revenue that comes from the taxpayers to fix these roads. So Thank you, Mr. President.
You do have another question, Senator. Senator McMahon.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
In the South Gallery, I'd like everyone to recognize my friend from Lee County. Ask him to stand, Jimmy Stevens. Ask y'all to give him a big Senate welcome.
Welcome. Senator Blunt. Oh, never mind. They're off. Someone had a question. Senator Bryan, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
I'm old enough to remember the 87 highway program. It was a 4-lane program. Once again, the governor, this time Governor Lane, vetoed it. The legislature passed it over his veto, more than 2/3 in both chambers. It included a gasoline tax increase. In 87, it made sense to fund highways with the gasoline tax. That's what we had done ever since we had gasoline in automobiles. And as a result of that, we have 4-lane highways that we would not have had any otherwise. We have, for example, Highway 78, which was constructed, fully controlled access from Alabama to Tennessee. No one imagined that some years later, an automobile company from Japan would go out in the middle of nowhere, a bunch of red clay hills, and put in an automobile assembly plant. But that plant would not have been there without a fully controlled access 4-lane highway. Nobody knew that was going to happen. What they did know is if you invest in infrastructure, you're providing what is essential for economic development in the future. Highway 45 was 4-laned from Tennessee to the Gulf Coast. Ferry took a different route, but essentially it's a 4-lane from the Gulf of Mexico to the Tennessee line. Highway 72 is 4-laned. Highway 6 from Tupelo to Batesville. Highway 61 and 49. Highway 84, 98. Where would we be without those 4-lane roads today? Many of you travel those roads going to and from where you live. Trying to get from northeast Mississippi to Jackson, now there's a 4-lane Highway 25. Didn't used to be. Places there didn't even used to be a 2-lane Highway 25. Those of us who drive back and forth from northeast Mississippi are glad there's a 4-lane road for much of the way. What would it cost to build those roads today? Can you imagine? There are 2 particular highways I've been worried about ever since that time. One was Highway 25, which goes through Senate District 7. There is a 4-lane highway that goes from Huntsville to Mississippi in dead ends. Huntsville connects, of course, to Highway 65, which runs from Nashville to Birmingham and on in both directions. This is a vital link, a 4-lane link between Mississippi and there. What we need to do is we need to 4-lane 25 from its intersection with 45 just south of Amory, which is a 4-lane. And where we have already purchased right-of-way and moved utilities. And we need to carry that 4-lane on up and join in with the road from Huntsville and Nashville so that you have a road that pours in to Fulton, Amory, Aberdeen, Columbus, and on into the rest of the state. The other major road that we need, in my opinion, and I've been making speeches about this, I think, for 20-something years, We need a 6-lane, fully controlled access highway from Gulfport to Canton, more or less, going somewhere between Hattiesburg and Laurel, built on new location. And it needs to be built for the purpose of counterflow. Highway 49 is a wonderful road. It's more than served its purpose. It obviously needs to be maintained. It's a parallel road and a farm-to-market road and for transportation for short distances. But this notion that somewhere, someplace on the books, that we're going to solve this problem by having 4 miles of new location of 45, then 49, then we're going to swing over to the existing road for 3 miles, and we're going to swing over to, it's nonsense. There is, and surely those of you on the coast know this much better than I, there is no road going north from the coast that can be used to counterflow. And when a hurricane comes, you need to get out, you need to get out in a hurry. What the coast needs, at least in my opinion, is this 6-lane highway built for the purpose of counterflow, to save lives during hurricanes, and to avoid unnecessary evacuations, because the better the evacuation route, the longer you can wait to make the call about whether you should evacuate or not. And I've been told that for both of these roads, we just don't have the money. It's too expensive. I think Highway 25 associated segments I'm talking about now would be a major portion of the 87 highway program. I'm just about certain the cost of 49, the new 49, would be more than the cost of the entire 87 highway program. It's good to invest in assets that will be there long after they're paid for. But we have been attempting to pay for our highways, maintain existing roads, and build some others with a per-cents per gallon tax on gasoline. That worked fine for a while. It doesn't work anymore for the following reasons. Cars are more efficient every year. Every year, the average car gets more miles per gallon than the previous year. So you're selling less gasoline per mile of road usage. And we're getting a lot of cars that get infinite miles per gallon. So relying on a gasoline tax of any type as a method of funding roads, it's not going to work. It's not working now. It hasn't been working, and it's sure not going to work in the future. The cents per gallon tax, of course, is a fixed dollar amount per gallon. And as time passes, those dollars get worth less and less and less and less and less. The gasoline tax has not been increased since the 87 highway program, and I've just checked the calendar, that was about a quarter century ago. I think inflation has had an impact in the quarter century, yet we're still trying to run the highway department with the same number of cents per gallon that we got in 87, not adjusted for inflation, and in a world in which cars and vehicles get more miles per gallon than they did in 87. Meanwhile, the cost of building roads has increased. Cost of these 2 roads I'm talking about is much more today than it would have been 3 years ago or 5 years ago or 7 years ago. And I'm told we just don't have money, it just costs too much, and yeah, that's a good idea, but there's no way we could ever come up with that money, and we've been through the money we got as a result of the downturn 2007, 2008. The money we got is a result of Hurricane Katrina. The money we got is a result of the BP oil spill, and we're still sitting here without a fully controlled access evacuation route from the Mississippi Gulf Coast, which can be used for counterflow. Furthermore, in case you haven't noticed, we're not able to maintain our existing roads. You drive on the roads, don't you see those cracks in the pavement when you drive? That's not good. This incredible asset that we have is falling apart because we don't have the money to maintain it. In what world do you not even maintain your existing four-lane roads? Look at them, look at them. Highway commissioners, Republicans, Democrats, for years have been trying to explain the math to the legislature. Long term, you're going to have to fund the highways of the state of Mississippi with general fund money, because you're not going to have this gasoline tax source that you used to be able to rely on. We need to be planning right now how we're going to allocate and what money we're going to allocate from the general fund to road construction. We can't let our basic infrastructure deteriorate. We can't let our roads deteriorate. And we hear over and over again that we've got all this excess money and everything's left over and on and on and on. We can't keep engineers at the highway department. What's happening is because our pay scales are so low, all we can do is hire engineers right out of school. And after they've essentially served an apprenticeship at the highway department, and they've got a lot of on-the-job training, they leave and go to work to somebody else, and then the state pays them an incredible amount of money to contract with them, when it would be so much more efficient and so much more sensible just to pay a competitive wage and keep us some engineers on our staff. The reason I'm up here is over and over and over again, we keep comparing everything to our existing budget. Our existing budget is inadequate for our basic needs, and it's an inadequate budget for the Department of Transportation. But it's the budget we have, so at least let's vote for it and give them this amount of money, but don't think this is enough money to operate at the Department of Transportation.
Senator, I think we have a couple of questions if you're willing to take them. Senator Horn, you have a question? Senator Gill?
Not a question, Mr. President.
Yield podium. It's not a question?
Not a question. I'd like to direct the attention of the Senate to the south part of the chamber. We have Action Jackson himself back, former Senator Sampson Jackson. I'd like to have him. Be welcome.
And Senator Butler, I think, did you have a question? He's yielded the podium if you have a question.
No, Mr. Chairman, what I would like to do, I would like to approach the podium, speak.
We'll speak on the bill?
Yes.
You're recognized to speak on the bill. Oh, Senator Fillingane, do you have some special guests that you would like to introduce today?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have some special guests, and it's their one-year-old birthday. This is my son, Ezra, and my son, Joaquin, and at the non-smoking table, I have my mom and my dad, Harvey and Marlon, and one of my three sisters, Marlissa, and two nephews, Grayson and Abner. Please make them all welcome to the State Senate today.
Welcome to the Senate. We're very happy to have you here today. Senator, you're recognized to address the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's not very often that I asked to come and approach this body. But Senator Blunt and Senator Brown have been so sincere about our infrastructure development. And, you know, there are times when I wonder, are we really considering the growth of the state of Mississippi? Because if we are really considering the growth of the state of Mississippi, infrastructure development would be one of our primary objectives. You know, I have tried over and over again to get individuals to understand what we are going through in Southwest Mississippi. We have a nuclear plant, the only nuclear plant in the state of Mississippi that's located in that area. And if something was to happen, and I think Senator Hobson would agree, if something were to happen in that area today, and to depend on the lives of the people, at least 65% of those people will lose their life for not being able to get out of that area. That's a serious matter, very serious matter. Another thing too, in there, we have 20 highway that comes off of the Mississippi River Bridge in Vicksburg. And 61 connects to 20. And it goes all the way to 84. We have one bridge in that area, and if something was to happen to that one bridge traveling from 20 highway on 61 to 84, people will have to come all the way to Jackson to get to the south side of the area. These are serious matters, but no one has taken under consideration how important it is to develop the state of Mississippi so that we can bring industry to this state. No one has considered how important the Mississippi River is and what it could offer to the state of Mississippi in traveling 61 highway. No one have made it a priority. You know, that area at one time was a part of the 1987 highway plan. The reason it was a part of the 1987 highway plan because they was trying to get a nuclear plant built. And in their effort to try to get a nuclear plant built, they said these are the things that we would do. But after we got the nuclear plant built and the traffic started flowing, they said, oh, we can wait. Nissan is coming. So what we'll do, we'll just make it possible for Nissan to develop. Don't worry about that area. But I think it's time now for us to start thinking not only about ourselves. If you need $1.6 million or $160 million to build a road in your area, you'll find a way. But because Southwest Mississippi is composed of a large number of people that look like me, we feel that that area is neglected. And if those people down there die, it's all right. If we don't have industry in that area for the people to get jobs, it's all right. I think we need to think about that. We have Alcorn State University in the area that served, it was really and truly, which was developed in 1871. And in 1871, what happened is that the Jeremiah Chambers agreed to give up that area to establish black university. And they built, and some of you are familiar with it, as a result of that, the Presbyterians built another school in that area called Chamberlain Hunt Academy. Chamberlain Hunt Academy is sitting there right now, not being occupied, not being developed, not offering the things that can be offered for an opportunity academy, a chance to train people in the area. None of these things are being done. It's time for us to wake up and serve our state as a whole and do what is necessary to do to make these things happen. I ask you to take under serious consideration what Senator Blunt has said. Take under serious consideration what Senator Bryan has said. And take under serious consideration the opportunities that we have to advance the state of Mississippi if we just stop being selfish and start doing what is best for the state of Mississippi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hobson to close. Oh, Senator Jordan had a question. Senator Butler, do you yield the podium? Senator yields the podium. Senator Hobson. Senator Hobson to close. Or Senator Branning to close.
Yes, I had a question.
We've already recognized her to close. We've already recognized her to close. Senator, you yield the podium. Senator Branning. I'm sorry.
I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess to 1:30.
Senator Blackwell moves that we stand in recess to 1:30. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senate stands in recess until 1:30.
Senate will come to order. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 33 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1583, Appropriation Barber Examiners Board of.
Usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move adoption of the strike call, and I'd like to explain it. This bill will be on final passage. This is the Barber Examiners Board, and the final action in the Senate plan would be, and the final action for the whole bill would be $316,890. Again, this is a special fund agency. I'll yield for any questions. If there are none, I move passage of the strike call.
Are there any questions? All right, the Senator moves. All in favor of the strike call, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator, you're on final passage. Recognize explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves passage by the use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator, you're recognized for the next item.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 34 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1584, Appropriation Cosmetology Board of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you. I move adoption of the strike call, and I'd like to explain it. Final action on the Board of Cosmetology is $977,331. This does include the health insurance, restoring vacant positions, which is $113,604. It does include the SPB minimum increases, $7,500 for office furnishings and equipment, and for licensing fingerprinting. It includes fees for computers and $45,000 for licensing system enhancements and $7,500 for travel needs. That's an explanation of the bill. I will yield, or the strike call. I'll yield for any questions.
Senator Jordan, you rising for a question? Okay. Senator moves adoption of the strike call. All in favor, please say aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, Senator, you're recognized for final motion.
I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator, you recognized for the next item.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move that we take up items 35 and 36 in block.
The Senator moves that we take items 35 and 36 in block. Does anyone object to that? Please, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd ask the titles be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
House Bill number 1586, Appropriation Medical Licensure Board of. House Bill number 1587, Appropriation Nursing Board of.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, please say aye. Are there any opposed? Senator, you're recognized. Explain the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. President. These two bills are LBR. They're going to conference. These are not final passage, and they will be going to conference. I'll yield for any questions. If there are none, I move adoption of the strike call.
Are there any questions on the strike call? Senators moved adoption of the strike call. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator, you recognize for final passage.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye. Item 37, Senator.
Ask that we go to item 37 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1588, Appropriation Nursing Home Administrators Board of.
Make the usual motion.
The Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator, you're recognized.
I move adoption of the strike call and ask that you recognize Senator Jackson to explain.
Senator Jackson, you're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is House Bill 1588. LBR is $190,004. Final action is $196,698. The difference is $2,600 MMR fee and $3,878 in salary changes for a total of $694. That's the explanation of the bill. If no questions, move final passage.
Adoption of the strike call, Senator? We move adoption of the strike call. All
Adoption
in
of
favor,
strike call.
please say aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, now, Senator, you're recognized for final passage.
Move for final passage, morning roll call.
Senators, move final passage, use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 38 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1589, appropriation, Optometry Board of.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Senator, you're recognized.
I move adoption of the strike call and ask you to recognize Senator Jackson to explain.
You're recognized, Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the Board of Optometry. LBR was $173,520. Final action, $177,864. And the difference is health insurance and salary progressions, and then increasing the salaries up to SPB minimum for a total of $4,344. If there are no questions, we move.
Move adoption of the strike call.
Adoption of the strike
Are there
call.
any questions on the strike call? Senator moves adoption of the strike call. All in favor, please say aye. Are there any opposed? Senator, you're recognized for final passage.
Move final passage on the morning roll call.
Okay, Senator, you request the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Mr. Clerk, seeing none, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson, item 39.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 39 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1590, appropriation, Physical Therapy Board.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator, you're recognized.
Move adoption of the strike call and ask you to recognize Senator Jackson to explain.
Senator Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the Physical Therapy Board. LBR was $316,017. Senate action, $322,025. And difference is health insurance and salary adjustments of $6,008. If there's no questions, move for strike call.
Okay, the senator moves for adoption of the strike call. Are there any questions on the strike call? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Senator, you're now recognized for final adoption.
Move the final adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson, item 40.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 40 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
1, appropriation, Psychology Board of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move adoption of the strike call and ask that you recognize Senator Jackson to explain.
Mr. Jackson, you're recognized again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the Board of Psychology. LBR was $141,977. Final action is $157,807. And the difference is that the Autism Board was coming under psychology, so they had some additional expenses to make that happen. Contractual services included $13,000. Salary increase of $2,584 in health insurance. And that makes up the difference. So the final action was $157,807. Move for strike call.
Okay, Senator moves adoption of the strike call. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Senator Jackson, you're recognized. Final passage.
Thank you. Move for final pass by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item 41 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1585, appropriation, Social Workers and Marriage and Family Therapists Board of Examiners for.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator, you recognize to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move adoption of the strike all and ask that you recognize Senator Jackson to explain.
Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the Board of Examiners of Social Workers, Marriage Counseling Therapists, and Senate action was $253,816. That includes the a funded vacancy that was needed in this department, $37,833. Insurance and salary increase for that department, totaling $41,475. If there are no questions, I move for strike all.
The Senator moves for adoption of the strike all. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Senator Jackson, you recognize final passage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we pass this by use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Mr. Clerk, seeing none, please record all of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 42 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Appropriation, Athletic Commission.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you. I move adoption of the strike all and ask that you recognize Senator Turner Ford to explain.
Turner Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1581 is the bill for the Athletic Commission. The Senate adopted LBR level of funding, final action, $139,641. LBR represents increases for health insurance. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Senator Boyd, you had a question? You're recognized.
Senator Turner Ford, how many full-time employees does this organization have?
One.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any other questions?
Okay. Does Senator move adoption of the strike all? Senator Turner Ford?
Yes, Mr. President.
Move adoption of the strike all. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Senator Turner Ford, you recognize for final passage.
Move for final passage based on the morning roll call.
Senator requests the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present on morning roll call as voting aye. Mr. Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 43 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Senator, we just passed 43.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that should have been 42. We just passed 40.
I'm sorry. Auctioneers. I got Auctioneers and Athletic Commission confused. I'm sorry. Item 43.
They look similar, Auctioneers and Athletic. So we're on item 43.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1582, Appropriation, Auctioneers Commission.
Make usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator, you're recognized. Explain the bill.
I ask that you recognize Senator Turner Ford to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the Mississippi Auctioneers Commission. This bill is being presented for final action. Senate action adopts LBR, $117,462. I yield for questions.
Are there any questions? What is your motion, Senator?
Move final passage based on the morning roll call.
Senator requests the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask we go to item 44 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1592, Appropriation Engineers and Land Surveyors Board of Registration for Professional.
I make the usual motion.
The senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator, you're recognized to explain the strike call.
Move adoption of the strike call and ask that you recognize Senator Turner forward to explain.
Turner Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is a strike all, and there are a couple of, we're moving for final action of adoption of $962,210. That amount represents restoring a vacant pen, funds for salary progressions, and authority for the organization to expend $400,000 in grant funds. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions? Senator, what is your motion?
I move adoption of the strike all.
All right, the motion is adoption of strike all. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Senator, you recognize for final passage.
Move for final passage based on the use of the morning roll call.
The senator requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to go to item 45 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1615, Appropriation Forces Board of Registration for.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator, you're recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you. I move adoption of the strike call and ask that you recognize Senator Turner forward to explain.
Turner Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill proposes that the Senate adopts LBR level of funding, final Senate action $44,129. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike call.
Okay, are there any questions? Senator moves adoption of the strike call. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized.
Move final passage based on use of the morning roll call.
Motion is final passage based on the use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we take up items 46 through 50 in block. That's my motion.
Okay, does anyone object? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
House Bill number 1616, Appropriation Forestry Commission. House Bill number 1608, Appropriation Oil and Gas Board. House Bill number 1603, Appropriation Reappropriation DFA, Bureau of Building, Fiscal Year 22. House Bill number 1597, Appropriation Legislative Expenses. House Bill number 1595, Appropriation Public Employees Retirement System.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are any opposed? Senator, you're recognized. Explain the items.
I move the adoption of the strike alls on all those items. And I would explain to the body that these are all going to conference. Some are special funds, some have general funds, but they'll be going to conference, and based on what our final budget is, we'll determine what spending is in those bills. I move adoption of the strike all if there are no questions.
Okay, Senator moves adoption of the strike all on items 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50. I'm sorry, excuse me. Senator McDaniel recognized.
A question, Mr. President.
You're recognized for a question.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just really quick on item 49, the legislative expenses. I'm curious, is there going to be an increase in that amount or a decrease as opposed to last year?
Right now, the Senate action is roughly 4.8 million below last year. Last year's budget was $37,395,372. Right now, the proposed Senate action is $32,591,530.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we were on adopting the strike all on items 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator Hobson, you recognized for final passage.
Move passage by those items by use of the morning roll call.
Okay, excuse me, we do have a, where is he? Senator Jordan, you had a question? For what reason do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, sir, I had a question for number 50, but you passed it already.
No, we're still on 50. If you'd like to ask a question, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Public Employee Retirement System, is that more resources added to it, or what are you doing with that?
Senator, right now, the proposed action that we have for their administrative budget, which is what we're dealing with here, is the administrative budget $10,261,765. Last year's budget, I'm sorry, I'm looking at salaries, pardon me, $18,390,790, which last year's budget was $19,603,302.
So there's a big difference in budget of this year than it was last year.
Well, this is all going, right now, Senator, this is going to conference. Right now, we took out, as we did in every agency, we're just adopting, I want to reiterate this, we're adopting the LBR position. You know, we went through the staff and the JLBC went through every agency, every budget, and cut out any vacant positions, cut out any one-time spending, funding, everything else. But we did increase the health insurance, and we did increase all employees up to the SBB minimum. Everything else should be the same unless I've identified it in a specific bill. So that's where we are. So if they're down, I could go through it and tell you. Budget analyst tells me it's all vacancies.
Yes, sir. All right then. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and Senator Jordan. And some agencies are requesting additional vacancies be filled, and depending on what that is, we may look at some of those as we get through the conference process. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no additional questions, Senator's request to use the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator, you're recognized. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I ask that we go to item 51 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1631, appropriation additional for various state agencies for fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator, you're recognized. Explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the strike all, and I would like to explain to the Senate, this is very similar to the deficit bill that we have passed already. There are a few changes to it, and instead of, I think I know all the changes, but I'll just go ahead and go through the whole thing in case anybody has any questions. The deficit bill spending would include $21,452 for the Superfund site in Harrison County that has to be paid. That's a EPA hazardous Superfund site. It pays $211,616 for a judgment and attorney's fees in a lawsuit by Pickett versus the Board of Animal Health. It pays $625,000 on a settlement between IHS Pharmacy and the Department of Corrections. Pays $35,000 for a compensation of a claimant that was wrongfully incarcerated. Pays $50,000 to 3 other claimants who were wrongfully incarcerated. The attorney's fees, statutory attorney's fees on one of those is $25,000. This pays $200,000 for a judgment, part of the Olivia Y settlement that we have. $500,000 for payment of attorneys on lawsuits against the Department of Corrections and the prison system. Pays $100,000 for experts in the Jackson Women's Health Organization versus Dobbs case. $200,000 payment to counsel for an ADA claim against the state of Mississippi. $300,000 paid to the special master in the mental health lawsuit that's in federal court. Pays $225,000 that split $75,000 per counsel on defending former state employees in a lawsuit filed by Curtis Flowers. Pays $225,000 to counsel for a lawsuit on violations of health insurance related to the Affordable Care Act. It pays $8 million of ARPA funds. It's a spending authority only, $8,046,958, which is monies that will go to the non-entitlement units. We need to give DFA the spending authority to be able to send that to the NEUs in the state. $606,242 to the wireless communication system for their contractual obligations under the Miss-Win system. $15,000 to pay on the defense of a lawsuit by the ACLU against the Joint Reapportionment Committee. $3.5 million of spending authority only for the Office of Student Financial Aid for the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund on college students in financial aid. And then finally, as which we went over previously, is the spending authority by the Division of Medicaid on federal funds for mandated medical services of $466,786,240. That's an explanation of the deficit bill.
Senator Hobson has moved adoption of the strike all. Are there any questions? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator, you're recognized for a motion.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator, request the use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Okay, Senator McDaniel, recorded as voting no. Senator Sojourner, recorded as voting no. Anyone else wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present on morning roll call as voting aye.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to item 52 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1550, appropriation, additional DFA for phase construction of new DPS headquarters, additional for DOH for Office Against Interpersonal Violence.
Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike all. Make the usual motion.
Make the usual motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. I move adoption of the strike all and I would like to explain.
Okay, please, are you going to explain?
Yes.
Okay, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a separate deficit bill that we've got. Two items are in this deficit bill. One is for the deficit to assist in the construction of the new DPS headquarters in Rankin County. We would utilize capital expense funds, and the amount is $39.4 million to go towards the construction of that building. The other item in this bill is something that we had passed earlier, and that is the VOCA funding, the Victims of Crime Act funding that was cut short this last year during the pandemic because of the fact that we didn't have court cases being tried on these items. And that would also be a capital expense funding, and it would be $9,852,684. That's an explanation of this bill.
Move for adoption of the strike all.
Move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor of adoption of the strike all say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it.
And now I'll move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Sojourner, do you have a question? Do you yield to Senator Sojourner for a question?
I yield. Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Hobson. I just wanted to clarify, and I'm sure you said it and I just missed it. The new construction of the DPS headquarters is a phased-in process, correct?
Right.
How much have we previously appropriated and how much is included in this appropriation?
This appropriation, deficit appropriation is $39.4 million. The overall project budget is $74.5 million. And the current funding we put in is 13.5, and obviously the remainder of 61 million would need to be funded. Now, I don't know what mechanism will be used. I mean, initially they talked about doing the remainder in bonds, but we're going to utilize, we've got capital expense funds now, rather than bonding it and putting it under debt, just using capital expense funds so they can get to work on that right away. And obviously the bonding process takes a little time to get going, so we can get them moving pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator, motion.
The motion is, I think we've adopted the strike all, so it'd be passage by use of the morning roll call.
We have adopted the strike all, so Senator requests the use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Blunt is voting present. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed.
Mr. President, I request immediate release on that item, number 1550, House Bill 1550, immediate release.
The senator's requested immediate release on 1550. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Immediate release is granted. Number 53.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, ask we call up item 53 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 778, appropriation, additional DPS for death benefits trust fund to pay benefits covered under First Responder Act.
Move it, I'm sorry,
Usual motion. Senator makes usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Move adoption of the strike all and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain.
Senator Polk, you recognize to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you remember, last week we passed the general bill that allowed a $100,000 insurance premium benefit to be paid to the families of firefighters and law enforcement officers who lost their life in the service of our state when they developed COVID that was work-related. This measure passed unanimously last week, and this is the $5 million required to fund that project. If there are no questions, as Senator Hobson said, passage of the strike all.
I think we do have one question. Senator Norwood, for a question, Senator Norwood?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Norwood for a question.
I do.
Senator Norwood.
Thanks, Senator Pope. Senator Pope, now this that we'll pass, and now it corresponds with the legislation that was signed, that the governor signed the other day.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pope.
Senator Polk, wait a minute, we have another question. Senator Younger for a question.
Friendly question, quick question.
You yield Senator Younger for a friendly question.
I do.
Senator Younger.
I have a constituent back home, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. President. I have a friend back home who just lost her husband from COVID. He was a first responder. He'll benefit from this, or she will, I mean.
Yes, he's a firefighter, rural firefighter, or a law enforcement officer.
So she'll receive $100,000 from state, and she'll receive $100,000 from federal. Is that right?
I don't know about the federal, but she would get $100,000 from ARPA from the state.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Polk move for adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Polk.
Use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Senator Polk requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Item 54, Senator Hobson.
Ask that my motion would be to take up items 54 through 63 in block.
That was item 54 through 63. Any objection to taking up items 54 through 63 in block? Seeing no objection, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Mr. President, ask the titles be read.
Please read the titles.
House Bill number 1537, appropriation DEQ for ARPA wastewater infrastructure grant program. House Bill number 1538, appropriation Department of Health for ARPA drinking water and rural water association infrastructure grant programs. House Bill number 1517, appropriation Office of Workforce Development for various activities and programs. House Bill number 1522, appropriation Community College Board for Community and Junior College Nursing Supplemental Funding Program. House Bill number 1521, appropriation IHL for funding Nursing Education Incentive Program. House Bill number 764, Mississippi Healthcare Workers Retention Act of 2022, create. House Bill number 1542, appropriation additional to DPS for providing premium pay to law enforcement officers and firefighters. House Bill number 1518, appropriation DFA for providing funds to destination marketing organizations for certain marketing activities. House Bill number 1664, appropriation DFA Office of Insurance for state and school employees' life and health insurance plan. House Bill number 1665, appropriation DFA Bureau of Building for projects at agencies, institutions, and colleges.
Senator, you're recognized to explain the strike calls.
I'll make the usual motion first. I'll make the usual motion first.
No, you make your usual motion, I'm sorry. All in favor of the usual motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Now you're recognized.
I would ask that you recognize Senator Polk to explain the strike-offs.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go over these quickly since we're taking them up in block, but we passed the general bills for most of these. Some of these don't have general bills, but quickly I'll go over the amounts of the appropriations that we're putting in these bills. House Bill 1537 is the infrastructure bill that has $750 million of ARPA funds to it. House Bill 1538, they had a separate bill for their water associations. We combined them in two, so we are keeping that bill alive, but we are zeroing the amount. 1517, this is our workforce training bill. We have $49 million dedicated there. House Bill 1522 was a separate appropriation directly to the community colleges. We're keeping that bill alive, but we're giving a zero balance or zero appropriation. House Bill 1521 is our nurse education incentive program. We have $6 million dedicated there. 764, Mississippi Healthcare Workers Retention Act. This is a premium pay bill. We're keeping that alive, but we're going with a zero amount of appropriation. House Bill 1542 is DPS funding for premium pay to law enforcement. Again, we do not have that in our plan that we passed, so we're zeroing that amount and keeping that bill alive. House Bill 1518, excuse me, is the DMO tourism money for the state DMOs. We have $30 million appropriation there. House Bill 1664, this is for COVID expenses related to health insurance, which would move, the House wanted to move $60 million. Our plan uses excess funds to help refund that, so we put a zero amount as the appropriation there to keep that bill alive. And in 1665, this is the DFA Bureau of Buildings appropriation of $366,900,000. That's for buildings for state agencies, four-year universities, and our community colleges. If there are no questions, as the chairman said, move for the strike-all.
Seeing no questions, the senator moves adoption of the strike-all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Polk.
I'd like to use of the morning roll call for final passage.
We do have one question, it looks like. Senator McDaniel, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President, just a question.
Do you yield Senator McDaniel for a question?
I do.
Senator McDaniel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I know these bills have come before us once before. These are the House bills, so I apologize. I'm just trying to get clarity on what a couple of these do. As to item number 59, what is that?
Which House bill?
That's the HB 764. It's the Healthcare Workers Retention Act. What is the?
Yes, that was a bill that the House sent over where they wanted to do premium pay for nurses and other medical professionals. We did not include that in our ARPA fund planning, and so we're keeping that bill alive, but we're giving it a zero appropriation.
50, let's see. The number 58, that's HB 1521. Is that the loan forgiveness program, or is that something else?
For nurses and other health professionals, yes.
That's number 58, okay, good deal. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your question.
Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I have a question for item number 63.
All right, do you yield Senator Jordan for a question?
I do.
Senator Jordan, you recognize.
Bureau of Building for Projects, Agency, Institution, and Colleges. How much resources, how much money is placed there?
$366,900,000.
That's for all of those agencies that are listed there.
The agencies, state agencies, $256,650,000. The IHL, $77,500,000, and community colleges, $32,750,000.
And a total of that amount is how much again?
$366,900,000.
$366,900,000. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, Senator Polk, move we pass by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator McDaniel, on which items?
As to item 58. A no on item 58, HB 1521.
Records Senator McDaniel no on item 58. Senator Chisholm, same. Senator Sojourner, the same. Seeing no others, please record all others present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. So we'll go now to the finance calendar. Senator Harkins, item 64, House Bill 531.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 64, House Bill 531, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 531, Mississippi Tax Freedom Act of 2022, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Thank you. Move we adopt the strike all and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Where is it?
Leah. Mr. President, they're going to be handing out some copies for everybody to look at, so bear with me 1 second.
No problem, Senator. If you would, yeah, I think before you start explaining it, they should have the copies.
Yeah. It's the only one I have. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the version of the tax bill that we passed in committee yesterday, and it's a little bit different from the Senate plan that we passed out of committee and on the floor a few weeks ago. We still are keeping the grocery tax cut in there the first year from 7% to 5%, which is a cost of $118 million estimated. But in this plan, we are taking the 5% bracket down from 5 down to 4.6 over 4 years. It's reducing the top rate by 0.1% each year from 5 to 4.6. And then after year 4, from year 5 to year 8, it is eliminating the 4% bracket. So at the end of this 8-year plan, there will be a single flat rate of 4.6% on individual income. That amounts to $439 million recurring revenue at the end of 8 years. There's also in the plan, there's the rebate that we talked about the first time. That's still in the plan. That's one-time money. And we also talked about suspension of the gas tax for 6 months and using capital expense money to make MDOT whole and all the diversions. So I want to make sure everybody understands there was some question yesterday as to whether MDOT was going to lose that revenue, and the answer is no. Our plan intends on using capital expense money to make that whole. So that is essentially the gist of what we did. It's really, we kept the grocery tax, we eliminated the car tag portion of it. We take the 5% bracket down to 4.6, and we eliminate the 4% bracket over a period of 4 years. And that is the explanation of the bill. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Seeing no questions, Senator Harkins moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
If there are no further questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator Bryan, for a question, do you have a question?
I'd like to speak on final passage.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, Senator Bryan, would you like to speak at this time? Oh, wait a minute, we do have one. We do have a couple of questions pop up. Senator Wiggins, you have a question.
Friendly question.
Do you yield Senator Wiggins for a friendly question?
I do.
Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those of us not on finance, where does this fit in the big discussion that's been going on this session? Or does it? If you understand my question.
Well, I think it fits squarely right in the middle of the discussion. We talked about cutting taxes, and we feel like we've produced a plan that does not jump out and overextend us. And it's about a 0.5% cut a year going forward, year over year. And so we feel like it's something that can be absorbed and given back to taxpayers and over an 8-year period.
This is part of our tax cut plan. Our meaning the Senate. That's what I'm trying to ask.
Yes, this is the Senate position on tax cut.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Senator Branning, do you have a question? You pass. Senator Seymour for a question. You're recognized for a question. Oh, well, do you yield to Senator Seymour?
I do.
Senator Seymour for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the suspension of the gas tax, that's about 35 million a month that we're going to.
The estimate that I've received is somewhere between 215, 230 million. It averages right in that area. I mean, some years it's higher or lower, but DOR has indicated that it's in that 215, 230 million dollar range over a 6-month period.
The funds that are, the taxes that are collected that MDOT uses as far as matching money with federal money, we're replacing this with
capital expense money.
Will that make any difference as far as the criteria that the federal government has on the way they reimburse us?
I haven't been told differently, but we will continue to work with MDOT and Department of Revenue to make sure those monies are replaced.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Parks, do you have a question?
Yes.
Did you yield Senator Parks for a question?
I do.
Senator
And
Parks.
this is a friendly question, but if we're going to be taking the 4% tax money and we're going to do away with it, and then we're going to replace it with the capital expenditure money, will MDOT have the same authority in how they spend that money as they would with the original 4% that they would have collected?
I'm not sure, 4%, are you talking about the gas tax? Or?
Yes, the gas tax.
Okay, the gas tax. It's my understanding they would. We're continuing talks with them, but I have not received any indication. I know other states have done the same thing or contemplating doing the same thing. So that is obviously something that we'll continue to work through and make sure, but our intent is to make sure that the funds are not, there's no net negative impact to MDOT on how much revenues they would have collected from the gas tax and how much we would replace with capital expense funds for the suspension, for the temporary suspension.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Moran, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You have a question, Senator Moran?
Yes, sir.
Do you yield Senator Moran?
I do.
Senator Moran, you recognize.
Mr. Chairman, would you agree that how in the world can we possibly regulate, or who's going to regulate, or how do we know that the gas outlets are actually going to accommodate and go by and deduct 18 cents per gallon, and the way it's fluctuating every day and every week, how will we know if that ever even took effect?
I think the market will probably do that. I mean, I would assume once it goes into effect, you should see an immediate, I mean, you can drive down the interstate and watch the price change in front of your eyes, but I think that, you know, on day one, whenever it does go into effect, I think you should see a pretty quick change in gas prices.
But we don't know for a fact that, you know, it may level out at 10 cents. They may keep the 8 cents. We don't know that, and we don't have any way of monitoring that, do we?
Senator, your guess is as good as mine as how that would go, but I think that the elimination of the 18 cents would be something that gas stations would I mean, they compete currently on trying to attract people to buy gas at their places. I mean, you know as well as I do where the gas stations have the cheapest gas in town. They try to keep their price low, and I think if there is a break of 18.5 cents to them, they're going to probably put it on the pump to encourage more people to come to their store, because it's not just the gas that they're making money on, it's the sales of items inside their store. So I think, you know, if I'm a gas station owner and I got 18.5 cents cut off my bill, I'm going to pass it through to my customers. That way they'll show up to my place, and if another gas station wants to charge more, it's, you know, hopefully they're going to come to my place and do business.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator England, you have a question?
Yes, question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator England.
I do.
Senator England.
Thank you, Senator Harkins. Senator, the bill that we have before us that reduces the percentage on the state income tax, are there triggers in place on that?
No, there are no triggers involved in this plan. This is a straight income tax rate elimination, moving it down. And it does it at about $34 million a year for the first 4 years, and then $46 million a year after that for 4 years.
Okay, and the overall the overall years that this goes into effect, it's a total of 8 years, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if there was another plan that deals with, you know, looks at 10 or 20 or maybe even more years out, that people are trying to figure out what they're saving, we've got a plan here that shows them exactly what's going to happen over the course of 8 years.
Correct.
Okay, that's a plus.
It doesn't raise sales tax on anybody. There are no triggers. This is just a straight plan of lowering the overall, the top tax rate, and to eliminate the 4% bracket.
Okay, and I was doing a little research on what other states do yesterday, and I understand that there are some states that don't have a state income tax currently.
There are a few that never had an income tax to begin with, and there's some that have, and I'm glad you asked that question. I'll give you a little bit of insight into what some other states are doing around the country right now. Arkansas cut their top marginal income tax rate from 5.9% to 5.5%, and over the next 3 years, they're going to drop it down an additional half point. So that'll be a 1 point drop in their top marginal rate over a 4-year period. Idaho cut their top marginal income rate from 6.5 to 6, and their other marginal rate from 3.1 to 3. Iowa transitioned from a graduated individual income tax rate with a top marginal rate of 8.53, and they're going to a flat income tax of 3.9 by 2026. So it's several years they're implementing that. Missouri cut its top marginal income tax rate to 4.8% from 5.4 by 2028. So that's about, and that's if triggers are met. So they went from 5.4 to 4.8. That's about probably 60 basis points, and it's over a 6-year period. Montana cut their individual income tax rate to 6.5 by 2024. That's from 6.9. They cut it to 6.75, and they're supposed to go to 6.5 by 2024. So that's 0.5% in 3 years. North Carolina will cut its individual income tax rate from 4.99 to 3.99 by 2027. So that's 1% cut over 5 years, basically 20 basis points at a time. Utah's flat 4.95 individual income tax rate was cut to 4.85, and that took effect immediately. So that was a 1/10 of a point cut. Arizona, that had 4 different tax rates in their state, are going to a flat 2.5% rate, and it does not. It says by a future date, so I'm not sure exactly how you would get to that rate and that date. Indiana, their legislature has sent a bill to the governor that would cut the state's flat individual income tax from 3.23 to 2.9 by the year 2029. 6 years to cut 30 basis points. So I think what we're doing is in line with what just about every state in the country is doing. And I think this is a measured approach that is responsible, and that's what you have before you.
And I think I saw yesterday, and I don't know, I don't remember seeing the dates on these numbers that I was looking at yesterday. They had a 5.3 was the average on the top tax bracket across the country. So we're already below that, but we're getting even further away from that average of this plan. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, of the states that don't have an income tax, did they just recently cut their income tax in those states? Or do away with it?
Some have cut, some are cutting currently, in the process of cutting. Some implemented cuts from last year, I think, into this year. But a lot of these are issues that are going into, that are being considered this year, and some have passed and are headed to the governor.
Okay, and I'm not being clear with my questions, but the states that do not have an income tax.
Correct.
Of those states, do you know any of those that eliminated their income tax? In other words, they had an income tax and then they eliminated it?
Alaska.
Right, which is where they found a bunch of oil in the 70s, is that right? Yeah. Okay, so they had another revenue source show up out of the ground, literally, I guess. Okay.
They did a movie about that.
I need to watch that.
Hillbillies.
Was that the one with Steven Seagal?
No.
Okay. All right, Senator. One more question or group of questions on the gas tax elimination. I understand that's just for 6 months. Is that right?
Correct. It's a suspension of the gas tax for 6 months.
Okay, and so if we do that and we have that 6 months to look at consumers that aren't paying dollars at the pump, but had the chance to go inside and pay dollars inside the stores, and visitors to the state that would likely be stopping to fill up their tanks when they're passing through the state. That'll give us 6 months of data to look at and see what what an elimination of a certain tax might do for us. Is that correct?
I think it's a temporary suspension. I think it's just something that would, you can certainly maybe glean some data from it, but I don't know what specifically data you're looking for.
Yeah, and I definitely think it's helpful, especially for, or would you agree that in rural Mississippi, where we have a lot of folks that travel a great distance, for instance, they travel from maybe East Central to one of the casinos in Gulfport to work, this is going to help them out for 6 months to deal with the sudden drastic increase in gas prices.
Yes, and I think that's what our plan has. 2 instruments in here to address inflationary issues, which is the grocery tax and the 6-month suspension of the gas tax.
Okay, thank you, Senator Harkins. I really appreciate your work on this.
Thank you.
Senator Harkins, we have about 9 more questions.
All right.
Next is Senator Hickman is next. Do you have a question, Senator Hickman?
Yes, Mr. President, I have a couple of questions.
You yield, Senator
I do.
Senator Hickman.
So how many tax plans have we seen this session?
From the Senate, you've seen 2.
And how many total have
2.
we brought out?
2.
2 tax plans. Now, when we saw the last tax plan, did you have this data that you just gave us to Senator England's question?
No, that data I just got in the last day or 2.
Now, when we're looking at this tax scheme, we have an 8-year layout, but the elimination of these tax schemes, they're a permanent situation, correct?
Yes, once we eliminate the 4% bracket, it won't be coming back.
Now, in your plan, was it considered, or was the total elimination of grocery taxes considered, since we're one of very few states that even still have a grocery tax?
No, we considered eliminating it to a lower percentage.
Say it again?
We reduced the rate down to a lower percentage.
No, I understand what it does, but I'm saying, was that a thought? Was it considered?
It was considered to lower the rate on grocery taxes, yes, to help with inflation.
Right, but I'm saying the elimination was never an idea. Okay. So what has changed in the numbers or the data from Mississippi since our last tax plan that was presented?
Well, I think you saw we got some revenue numbers in from the month of March, and I think what we did was we looked at extending the time period in which this was implemented over an 8-year period versus a 4-year period, and we thought about lowering the top tax bracket down. It puts us in about the 9th position in the country. When you lower our tax rate to 4.6% and you eliminate the 4% bracket, we'd be pretty competitive across the country.
So the first tax plan that we saw, how long?
4 years was on that one.
No, how long did it take to craft that tax plan? How long did you look at data? Did you do any hearings? How long did it take to craft the original?
We've been looking at data since this summer, since last session. The topic has come up with the House plan that they put forward, and we've had hearings over the summer. We've talked about it. I can't count the number of hours I've talked about it since I've been in session. And met with Legislative Budget Office, met with the Department of Revenue, countless people, ideas, this is what we came up with.
But that was the first plan or now?
It's a combination of the first plan and this one.
Okay. So, but from the time you started looking at it, how long did it take you to create the first plan?
A long time.
A long time. And we saw that plan about a month ago?
A couple weeks ago, yeah.
So between that time to now, we've come up with a completely new plan.
It's not too terribly different. We still have the same grocery tax. We still have the same 4% bracket. We have one-time money that we're doing in here to help attack inflationary issues. We added the buy down of the rate at $34 million a year over a 4-year period.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Branning, do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
You yield, Senator Branning.
I do.
Senator Branning, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Harkins. You've done a lot of work on this bill. I appreciate everything that you're doing. I understand the plan is to replace the fuel tax revenue by some capital expense monies. And my question is, I don't see an exact amount on this sheet of the capital expense that will go to replace, and I realize that's going to be in a different vehicle. And please correct me if I'm overlooking that.
If you look down below, about the third line down, it says the gas tax suspension, and there's a number out at the side, 215 million.
So I assumed this was going to be the estimated amount of fuel tax that we would be foregoing as a state. Is this the anticipated amount of capital expense, or will there be a greater amount that would
This
go
is the
to
anticipated, they said it could be between 215 and 230 million dollars. It fluctuates, year over year. It's averaging somewhere in that span.
And that's exactly my point. And I would just urge you, as we're working on this as we go along, please keep in mind that it does fluctuate, and the Department of Transportation would certainly appreciate being on the higher end. We've got things we're looking at like inflation and increased fuel costs that they have to experience as a department.
I think you would see something similar to the tax rebate, where we gave Department of Revenue the ability to catch on to, if it took more funds than what we allocated or thought it was going to be, that they would have the ability to go get the funds to make them whole.
That's good. We just want to make sure they have the ability to operate as they need to.
There's no effort to shortchange Department of Transportation on what they would have received.
So the other sort of question I have, and I'm continuing to look into this is a little bit new to me. I want you to consider language that we would possibly need in the bill to ensure that, since we are changing the source of funds from the fuel tax to capital expense, whether additional language is needed in the bill to maintain their flexibility.
Yeah, I think that MDOT is continuing to look at this. I've had somebody reach out this morning saying that they may have some additional language to put in there. This is going to conference. This is not going to be something that's going to go to the governor's desk right now. I don't think anybody has any ideas of anything different. So I will promise you that we'll make sure that MDOT is at the table when it comes to this, because we don't want to do anything to penalize or harm them. And I think that the effort is to provide some relief to people at the pump, and however we need to craft it to make sure MDOT gets the funds and they're used for the purposes that MDOT gets that money for. We want to make sure that we make them very comfortable.
Thank you. That's what I knew that would be your answer. Thank you. Last point I want to bring up. I do a lot of work out of session for gas retailers. I have the opportunity to work in that industry some. And I know that once fuel crosses the state line, at that point it is taxed by the retailer. Mm-hmm. And they're not able to pass that cost along to the consumer until it's actually put in the ground and purchased. So my question, I believe there's going to be some lag time for those gas retailers, and I just want us to work to be sure that those folks can be reimbursed in the event the bill passes with this provision there. I want to make sure those folks are made whole.
Yes, we'll work with them.
Thank you.
Senator Horn, do you have a question?
Yes, a question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Horn? Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Harkins, this $118 million figure under the grocery tax, what is that?
That is the 2%, that's the estimate from the Department of Revenue, the 2% cut in grocery tax plus the diversions associated with them.
So we're going to take that out of the budget, is that correct?
It is recurring revenue that will no longer be there.
All right, so the cities that count on the 18.5% diversion that they get from the grocery tax, how are we making that up?
That's in there. That's what I was saying. It's the tax that will not be collected plus the diversions that are associated with it so that everyone is made whole. All the diversions from the taxes that are out there, I think there's EEF and some other things that are going to be made whole. So the cities will not they should not notice a deficit in their percentage that they receive from the grocery stores, from grocery tax.
So is there, are we identifying a fund of money that we're going to dedicate to making the cities whole?
There is a formula, I think, that we passed in our first bill we worked on, and we did an amendment with council to make sure that all those diversions were included.
Okay, and as I understand it, the 5% tax is going to drop to 4.6% for the first 4 years.
Correct.
And then it's going to be eliminated.
No, the 5% will go to 4.6 and it stops.
It stops at 4.6.
Yes. The 4% tax bracket will begin elimination of that.
In year 5.
That's the 4% on the first $5,000 of taxable income.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The 4% tax bracket is on the first $5,000 of taxable income. Remember we had the 3% and we wiped it out?
Right.
Well, the years 5 through 8 is wiping out that 4% bracket to where we will only have one tax bracket for individual income in Mississippi, and it will be at 4.6% by the time this process is fully implemented.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Horn.
Senator McCon, do you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
You yield Senator McCon for a question?
I do.
Don't look so scared, Senator.
I'm not scared.
In the last 3 months of 2021, we saw dimensional lumber prices nearly triple, adding about $18,000 to the price of a house. We see an estimate of 2% of our grocery prices going up. And that's before we got a $1.50 increase in gas prices, correct?
If that's what, I don't disagree
So I'm
with you.
getting there.
I would probably say your housing may be low, but yes, go ahead.
So I guess my question is this. I'm talking about commodities that at the end of the day rely on diesel. And with your gas tax proposal to reduce by 18.4 cents on a dollar, would that affect diesel as well?
Yes.
So at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is do what we can to try to help the areas that are just going out of sight right now, and do what we can to help those people who are actually driving and working in those fields. Is that what you're aiming at?
Correct. Provide some inflationary relief in 2 areas that people are being hit the hardest is their grocery bill and their gas bill.
And on top of that right now, I don't know if you know this, but there are truckers out there that are sitting on the side of the road saying at the end of the day, I can't go and pay $5.50 a gallon to take lumber or let's just take the logs from your place or my place or anybody's place in here to a mill to then be cut. So we're only going to see just a continued increase from my perspective and maybe from your perspective as well if we don't do something. Do you agree?
I agree. We're trying to help.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Senator Kelvin Butler, you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Butler for a question?
I do.
Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Harkins. Okay, kind of walk me through. You know I'm not on finance committee, so just kind of walk me through. This is in line with Senator Horn. That $118 million is one-time grocery tax. Tell me again what that is.
It's recurring. We're dropping the grocery tax from 7 to 5%. So in years 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and on out, perpetuity, your grocery tax will be 5%, not 7%.
Okay, so this is $118 million that we would get from the beginning, and that's it.
Recurring revenue. It's going to happen again the next year, and the next year, and the next year, and the next year.
Okay, well, you don't have it.
You're not taxing food at 7% anymore. You're taxing it at 5%.
Okay, so that's why I'll get to the next line when you talk about the $33 million. That's how much money you're going to be receiving after you get down to the 5%.
When we go from 5 to 4.9, it's going to cost $34 million estimated to go from 5% to 4.9%.
Okay, now, the tax reduction cut recurrence. On the first bill, that was around what,
315, 320, somewhere in that area.
Okay, all right, so we went from 315 to 439. Now, what did we do different?
The 5% bracket, bringing it from 5% to 4.9 to 4.8, 4.7 to 4.6. Over 4 years, we dropped it from 5% to 4.6%, and it stays constant at 4.6 while we eliminate that 4% bracket we talked about on the first $5,000 you make.
And initially, we was gonna what?
All we're doing, on the first plan, we just eliminated the 4% bracket.
Okay, all right. Now, and then the tax rebate of $130 million. Now, that's going to people who what?
That's who, if you paid a liability to the state of Mississippi, you would get a rebate back based on how much you paid state and taxes.
So is it a certain amount of money they had to make, or how much they had to pay?
If you had to pay taxes, if you owed taxes to the state and you wrote a check to the state, you would get a rebate based on that.
And how many, we talking a lot of folks will get that?
Folks, yeah.
And then the gas suspension tax of $250 million. Again, some of the colleagues have asked the same question, that fluctuates. So how do we know, is it a way to make that up if we don't meet that goal, if you will? And I think that what Senator Brandon was talking about, making sure that we get what we need to get to make sure MDOT get what they need.
I believe it's based on volume, and if people stop traveling and they don't buy as much gas, it's not going to cost $215 million.
Well, for $5 a gallon, I think folks going to stop traveling, don't you?
Oh, I think they'll slow down a little bit, yeah, but some people still have to. They got to work.
Okay, and then you said that we're gonna grocery tax gonna go to 75 and then it stops there.
Mm-hmm.
That's far as it's gonna go down. What about sales tax? Does that go up? It doesn't go up at all in this bill. But in the first bill it did, correct?
No, it didn't go up in either one of our bills.
Okay.
We did not raise sales tax on anybody.
And then you got 6 months for the gas tax diversion. 18 point suspension.
Yeah.
For 6 months, we got that, and that's gonna help, which should lower the prices some.
Yeah.
But that's the money that's gonna be diverted back to MDOT to help them with their
correct
errors based on your. All right, Senator, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
A follow-up, Mr. President.
A follow-up question?
Yes, sir.
Do you yield Senator Seymour for a question?
I yield Senator Seymour for a question.
Senator Seymour for a question.
Mr. Chairman, my concern is with the time before the relief as far as the gas suspension gets the consumer. We're a capitalistic society and supply and demand plays a big part other than these times of inflation. But when you look at the jobber or the station owner, individual or bulk dealers, they work off of a fine line of profit margin. And in this instance where, I'm just going to use some rough numbers, a truckload of gasoline, 8,000 gallons, at $2 a gallon, that's $16,000 that they have to come up with to buy their load of fuel. As this has exponentially went up to roughly $4 a gallon, and their profit margin is at a nickel or in that neighborhood per gallon, they're going to be they're having to come up with new capital to buy their fuel for their stations. I don't see them a lot. Yes, the per barrel a gallon, barrel price has a lot of effect on what's at the stations, but there's this having to increase their profit margin to try to offset what the capital that they don't have. So, a station with a nickel per load, he's roughly bringing in a profit of about $400. With 23 cents we're looking closer to 2,000. But if that station ain't moving but one load a month, that relief is never going to get to the consumer the way I see it.
I think
Do y'all have any time
I think it gets to the
frame?
consumer every time they drive up and fill up their car. I mean, because what you're doing is you're not charging as much for the gas because we've suspended the gas tax on it, and the consumer pulls up to the gas station, and if they go today and it's $4, and we go tomorrow with a gas tax suspension and it's 18 cents cheaper, it doesn't cost them 18 cents more a gallon to fill up a 25 gallon tank vehicle. And if they fill up twice a week, or some people drive a lot for a living, they may fill up 2-3 times a week. I don't know, but I think it provides relief at the pump, which is where we have the ability to at least in this chamber, that's where we can effectuate change. We can try to do something to help offset the price of gas for consumers, for Mississippians that are working and families that are having to drive to school and work and whatever they're doing. So I think that's where the relief is coming in. But I mean, that's where we kind of are trying to attack the price and do what we can do to help lower the price. Now, it's only for 6 months. It's $215 to $230 million that we're setting aside of capital expense money for this.
Well, I'm just saying that the jobber or the station owner, he's got concern as far as his working capital. And that's why I'm saying that the offset might not show up at the pumps until we have 6 months down the road. And, at that point, the market will have taken its own effect on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Norwood for a question.
I do.
Senator Norwood, recognized.
Thanks, Senator Harkins. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Harkins, I'm still trying to get my arms around this $439 million. Where did that? Now, where on this chart? Where can I get those figures?
If you look on the far right side,
okay, all right, I see
under
that.
total, the grocery tax total, the 5% bracket total, and the 4% bracket total equal $439 million. Each of them have a price tag of recurring revenue. And the first year, you have $118 million and a $34 million hit that will happen. That's $152,379,000. Each year shows you what the adjustment is. Go ahead.
So, okay, I see you now. And that 118 million in grocery tax is carried all the way across. That's going to be,
that's what it costs every year to drop your grocery tax from 7 to 5%.
Okay. Now the 34 million is at 5%, and the 46 million, that's at 4%.
4% bracket, yes, sir.
Now let me ask you this. Now, what figures are we using to base the analysis on? What revenue figures are we using? What year?
The Department of Revenue is giving us these figures.
What year?
This past year.
Do we think that's a good year based on, this past year based on the influx of federal dollars coming into the system?
I think it's an average of what they generally expect to receive from those figures. So, it grows every year. So, we're growing on average of 2.6% a year is what the running average is. So, all those numbers are going up year over year over year over year.
And so we also expect job growth job growth is figured into this estimate as well.
Yes, that's kind of what they're basing their numbers on. Is they're using Legislative Budget Office, and Department of Revenue is using numbers from collections, and that's what we go by.
Now, have we done any type of analysis to, discern the impact that this may have on social services or services to our elderly population, our education system and so forth?
Well, we figured, in the budget, we figured doing all the things that we've talked about, right? The teacher pay raise, the health insurance for state employees, all the things that we've talked about have been included in the budget, and these numbers, this number here that we're looking at, has been baked into the number, and there's still room.
So, based on this analysis, we will be able to make the same type of deposit for, just say for teacher pay raise going forward?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm sorry. Senator Bryan, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Bryan for a question.
Mr.
Senator
Chairman, you mentioned several states that had made changes or were making changes to their income tax rates. Do you know how many states you mentioned when you went through that list?
How many states was it? I think 9 states. I left 1 or 2 off, but 9 states.
Well, assuming there are 11 or 12, being generous, I think shortly after that, Mr. Chairman, you said that most of the states were doing this, or words to that effect. Do you think maybe if you said that 11 or 12 states were most of the states, you may have been a tad overly enthusiastic at that moment?
Oh, well, it may have been overly enthusiastic compared to the 50 states that are in our country, but some states cut last year. Some states are may have programs, they meet different times of the year, so this was just a snapshot of what's going on, but I hear what you're saying, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make you and the chair aware, the president aware, that I've been inspired during the debate, and I have an amendment. And when it comes time, I would like to move to reconsider the vote by which we adopted the substitute and explain this very fine amendment that I've come up with during the debate.
Senator Sojourner, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
I yield.
You yield, okay, Senator
Thank you,
Sojourner.
Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Harkins. And thank you for the lengthy discussion and answering all these questions. Real quick, I just want to focus on the income tax portion. So in the bill, we're going to eliminate the 4%, but we're going to leave it intact for 4 years and then eliminate it in year 5 through 8.
Mm-hmm.
And then the only other reduction is in the 5% down from 5 to 4.6.
Correct.
So that's, so as far as, and I know it's called the Tax Relief Act of 2022, but it's so this bill does not completely eliminate the income tax.
No.
Okay.
It does not.
Thank you.
Senator Boyd, do you have a question?
Friendly question.
You yield, Senator Boyd.
Yes, I do.
Senator Boyd.
Some of our cities have texted in and written in, and we're going to understand on the original plan, we're going to make the cities whole for the amount of revenue that they would have lost from the grocery tax.
Correct.
Is this still in this bill, and kind of what will be do we know what the process will be for that?
I believe we fixed the, in the earlier version, we had language that made sure that all the diversions were whole. We did an amendment on the floor that DOR had double-checked the formulas on those diversions, and that is the intent, is to make sure that the diversions are still whole from the reduction in the tax, so it would be as if they collected the full 7%. You're welcome.
Okay, Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
We're moving along.
I move to reconsider the vote by which the substitute was adopted, and I'd like to speak to that motion.
You're recognized to speak.
The reason I want to reconsider the vote by which the substitute is adopted is that will then allow me to introduce the amendment that I've been moved to offer during the debate, which is simply an amendment that would repeal the state gasoline tax immediately, forever, and for all time. Because I've been listening to this debate, and it apparently, if we just do away with the gasoline tax, that what we could do is we would make up that revenue through people from out of state stopping to buy gas and shopping at convenience stores. And that revenue is going to offset the $400 million a year of the gasoline tax. And so it's a terrible thing. And this would be 18 cents in everybody's pocket every time they bought a gallon of gas. And so that's what I want to do. I just want to get rid of this mean old gasoline tax. We don't need all these taxes, and we sure don't need a gasoline tax. So if you'll vote to reconsider, we can get on with my amendment.
All right, the senator moves that we, I'm sorry, you want to speak against it? He can speak again,
Senator Bryan never disappoints.
Senator Harkins.
I would urge you to vote no.
Okay, the motion is by Senator Bryan to reconsider the vote by which the strike all amendment passed. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Now, Senator Harkins.
No other questions. I move adoption on the morning roll call. I think.
Senator Bryan, do you have a question?
No, Mr. President, I'd like to speak, but I'm sure others wish to speak also, but I will speak.
Senator Bryan, you're recognized to speak on final passage.
This is a very emotional situation for me. I have a number of emotions. Anger, frustration, could get out the thesaurus. But the emotion I have, most of all, is overwhelming sadness. Because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we have in this session to do things which will transform Mississippi. We have all this money which has been sent to us from the feds directly. And we have excess revenue produced by our own tax system because of the phenomenal amount of money that's been pumped into the economy over the last 2 years. And given the income situation in Mississippi and given our tax structure, we get a pile of money when the poorest of the poor have money to spend. We've talked about the needs over and over. When we take up the education appropriation this morning, we're violating the law by not funding the adequate education program. We are violating the law by not sending the money to schools for buildings, which we told them we would send them when we passed the sales tax, but instead we're intercepting that money. And if you think that this year's appropriation bill for public schools is just fine and that's all the public schools will ever need, well, I guess that's sort of where you're coming from. But I don't think many of the people operating public schools back in our district feel they've got all the money they're ever going to need. They're just nothing else they do. No needs here at the school. Just this is nirvana. We talked about our highways. We talked about the roads which you could see crumbling when you drive on them, and our need for additional roads. And I'm informed the asphalt boys are in the Capitol looking for places to find money. Well, yeah, here it is. We have unlimited needs. We haven't even discussed this today for water and sewer. If we want to do something about Mississippi that will attract people to Mississippi, we need to do something about our water and sewer problem. When the President of the United States says Flint, Michigan, and Jackson, Mississippi in one sentence, and everyone knows what he's talking about, that's not good for any of us. That reflects on the whole state of Mississippi. And regardless of whose fault it is or how we got here or all that stuff, water and sewer in Jackson, Mississippi is a crisis. And it's going to be bad for everybody in this state as long as it continues. I don't care what corner of the state you live in. Almost every community in the state also has water and sewer problems and money they need for water and sewer. The problems may not be as visible as they are in Jackson, but when you talk to people who know what's underground and do long-term planning, they'll tell you we've got pipes well over 100 years old and they need to be fixed. I've been talking to people, so I've learned more about water and sewer than I ever knew. But one of the problems with sewer pipes is that water infiltrates them from the ground and other sources when it rains. And that means the volume is greater, and that means that it strains your existing system. And you know, I've been talking to people in Amory who say, we think that somewhere down the road we may have to go to a treatment plant instead of a lagoon. But the one thing we do know is regardless of whether we have a lagoon or regardless if we have a treatment plant, we need to do something about this infiltration of water into the sanitary sewer system. And I bet that's the same way in towns all over the state. In Tremont, Mississippi, which is also in Senate District 7, there's fewer than 1,000 people there. They have a water system. There are people down Highway 23 who want water. These people do not have drinking water. They're using wells. They want to get on the Tremont water system. Tremont wants them to get on the water system. But the water system is at its capacity, and they don't have the ability and the funds to run the pipe on farther down 23. We have been through the budget, and we have been made aware this morning that throughout the budget, there is one-time money here, yonder, and there from the capital expense fund that we're going to rely on to do various things. But the capital expense money is very big this year, but it's not going to be that big every single year. Our state employees, generally speaking, are underfunded. They're not being paid competitive wages, and when you do that, that's very, very expensive long run. We are preparing now a budget, think about this, a budget for July 1st of this year through June 30th of the next year. What do you think is likely to happen to wages between now and June 30th of last year? So whatever this program we have to catch us up to what wages were back when they did the survey is out of date right now. It's going to be even more out of date next summer when we're still operating under this budget. But we're pretending that this budget that we have is funding everything, which it's not, and we're pretending that this budget that we have is going to be sufficient in the future, which it's not. All of the dollars we're looking at, and all of these numbers that you see, are all current dollars. If you think there's not going to be any inflation in the next 8, 12, 16 years, whatever it is, maybe that works. When we're told that we're coming in at 2.6% growth, well, do you think inflation's likely to be more than 2.6% next year? We just don't need to start talking about tax cuts as though that was an end unto itself. Again, if all we're trying to do is cut taxes, we should have adopted my amendment with the fuel tax. We have taxes because they're things that the government can do better than private industry. They're things that all of us can do together collectively that we can't do individually. One example that we've been talking about is getting broadband out into the rural areas. If you believe that it is important for every person in this state to have access to high-speed broadband. It's not going to get there without the government stepping in. Maybe somebody somewhere believes we can have private people build toll roads and we won't need any public streets or public highways or public roads. We'll just get by with toll roads. But I don't think that's a common concept. I think overwhelmingly the streets and roads that we have in our cities and counties and our state are going to be paid for with public funds because it is the government that has the ability to summons the funds to construct roads and maintain them. Before there was the United States Constitution, we operated under the Articles of Confederation. The Constitution, of course, was written to strengthen the role of the national government because the states had so much authority under the Articles of Confederation that the government could not function. But back during the Articles of Confederation, legislation was adopted to set aside in the lands to the west the 16th section of every square mile for public education. We had government support for public education before we even had a constitution. And we had that because thinking people know how critical it is that children be educated because they're going to run the place in a few years. It's in the best interest of all of us, and we desperately, desperately need a situation where children can get good, high-quality education and where they can get to a university and study and do well if that's what they choose to do. Look at college tuition. It's out of sight. Our public schools, as we've discussed, continue to be underfunded. We actually do need a law enforcement system. We do need prisons. Those things cost money. Well, I disagree with the notion that we need a tax cut at all. I believe we need to be taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make the transformational changes we could make in this state and do things now which will be here years down the road or decades to come. If you look at the current world situation, and you look at the current economic situation in the world and in this country, this may be the most uncertain time that I remember. We don't know what's going to happen in the next 6 months. We don't know if there's going to be another Greek letter that suddenly gets to be a variant of the virus. We don't know what the war in Ukraine is going to look like in 6 months. We don't know what the effect of the sanctions are going to have on the economy down the road. We don't know what supply chain problems are going to come about due to the world's reaction against the invasion of an independent country by Russia. And when I say we don't know, I'm not being rhetorical or anything else. I don't know. It's not that I can predict anything good, bad, or indifferent. I'm just saying we don't know. At this moment, we have some extra revenue. Isn't the prudent thing simply to hold on to a good amount of that revenue so that whatever happens next year and the year after that, we have some cushion? I have no idea why anyone on this end of the building ever started feeling a need to react to the suggestion that we abolish the state income tax. What's that all about? Why is abolishing the state income tax a goal that we should all strive for? Don't need no roads, don't need no water, don't need no sewer, don't need no schools, don't need no nothing. Don't need no income tax. Reminds me of Jamie Whitten, who told me he was once introduced to someone from a very poor nation, and the individual said, "Mr. Chairman, my country has no debt." And Congressman Whitten said, "No, and you don't have anything else either." There's a reason we have a government. I thought it was very gracious when this first proposal was made, which I strongly disagree with, that at least there was a meeting of the Finance Committee and the general proposition was explained, and that was a piece of legislation that we passed last month, I guess, which I thought was one of the worst pieces of legislation we've ever passed. But now, less than 24 hours ago, the Senate convened, there was a committee meeting, I showed up at a committee meeting, and suddenly there was this proposal. And somehow, over the past few months, we had come up, somebody, I don't know who, had come up with the idea of reducing the 5% top bracket to a 4.6% top bracket. Why? What is it that we think we're going to accomplish with that? When word gets out, well, the top bracket in Mississippi is 4.6 instead of 5. Oh, well, let's move to Mississippi tomorrow. Well, I wasn't going to go into business. I wasn't going to open that store. I wasn't going to open that plant. But now that I've learned the income tax has dropped from 5% to 4.6, line me up. I'm ready to go in business. What we do know is that'll cost us, in current dollars, $136 million a year, but I'll guarantee you in year 8, whatever that figure is, it'll start with a 2, unless it starts with a 3. Then there's this sudden notion of a $215 million suspension of the gasoline tax. It was just in the last month we found an extra 200 mil that we hadn't noticed, and so what can we do with that? What can we do with 200 million? Roads? No, we've got plenty of roads. Water, sewer? No, we got that. I know, we'll do away with the gasoline tax for 6 months. That's the highest and best use of this $200 million. You want to save it next year, see what? No. Let's cut the gasoline tax. Well, let me suggest this to you. We're talking about 0.4 cents a gallon. And maybe there's somebody somewhere who thinks we're going to get a lot of credit that gasoline is 5.12 cents a gallon instead of 5.29 cents a gallon, but I'm telling you it's a rounding error and nobody's going to notice it. I understand the theory of supply and demand and equilibrium and all that, but out in the real world, we don't ever get to what the economists call, I can't say words anymore, equilibrium, because the world keeps changing. I had a very fine professor who taught law and economics. He said it's better to talk about what tends to emerge than to talk about equilibrium, because you never get to equilibrium. You may drift in that direction. Right now, today, in Jackson, Mississippi, there are a number of service stations, a reasonable number, I don't know how many, selling gasoline at 18 cents a gallon cheaper than a bunch of other service stations. So the variation, and I'm not just picking out a couple of stations, obviously if you look around, you've got a large number of places to go buy gas, and the difference in price right now is more than 18 cents. How's that happening? Believe me, I don't know. It may have to do with location, convenience. It may have to do with the marketing plan of whoever's selling the gas. I don't know. But the notion that any of us are going to get any political gain from this 18.4 cent plan for 6 months is just misguided. But if it's a matter of politics, I'll point out to you that as I understand it, the 6 months is up in January, so that means you're going to have an 18.4% increase in the price of gas in January if all this comes about. And I think January is like 1 month before the qualifying deadline. Then we have the tax rebate. And I'm not sure I fully understand this one, but apparently we're going to write a bunch of checks, mail them out now, and hope that the folks in November of 2023 are still grateful for getting them, I reckon. I don't think that's how the world works. Again, I don't think we need any sort of tax cut, but I don't think we need to waste 1 red cent of the taxpayers' money. I don't care if it's federal money or where it came from. We need to spend every penny just like it was coming out of our own pockets. But reasonable people invest. Businesses, corporations, individuals invest in the future. They spend money now on capital improvements. They spend money now.
Senator, your time has expired. Motion is for 5 minutes. Additional minutes. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We have 5 additional minutes.
They spend money on things that will be here down the road. Businesses, individuals. That's what we need to be doing. We need to spend this money on things that will be here long after we're gone. Because let me tell you something. When I was born and I was a little baby, I didn't build the water and sewer systems in Amory. Somebody who went before me did that. I didn't build those school buildings. Somebody before me did that. I didn't build the streets. Somebody before me did that. And I was born into a world where I benefited from, if you want to look at it this way, the capital investments that previous generations made. And we have an opportunity now to do stuff for the little babies that are being born in the future. And that's the prudent thing to do with this money. All I can say is, I've been here a very long time. I've not seen anything so far-reaching that will do so much damage as this mania about cutting taxes. And of course, I'll remind you, we are still phasing in the last $400 million tax cut we have. And I don't see how any rational person can look at the income that our taxes have brought in over the past couple of years with the incredible amount of stimulus money coming from the feds and think these 2 years are typical of what things are going to be like in the future. So the prudent thing to do is to save a bunch of money in the rainy day fund to tide us over and to spend money on capital improvements, water, sewer, highways, broadband, things that will be here in future years. So I would ask you, please vote no on this proposition.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing that no one else wishes to speak, Senator Harkins, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bryan, for your words. I do think we've tried to really take a good look at this and do something that's responsible over a longer period of time. And I think it's what we put before you is a reasonable effort. And if there are no other questions, I move passage on the final adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator requests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to that procedure? Object. Call the roll.
Call the roll.
Call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd, Brenning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Butler to 38, Carter, Chazanall, Delano, Frazier, Jackson, McMahon, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thompson, Turner Ford, voting yes or yay. Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Kaufman, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Voting no or nay. Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford.
Yes, Senator Simmons to the vote.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to announce a pair.
You're recognized.
I'm pairing with Senator Joel Carter. I vote no. He will vote aye if he was here.
Thank you, Senator.
Carter's not going to be marked president.
Okay.
You can just vote different before we call the vote.
What about Chazanall didn't vote? Is Chazanall
Okay, 3, 6, 10, 11, 13, 15. That's it? To 15?
Senator Horn.
To the vote.
To the vote. You're recognized.
I'd like to withdraw my vote and announce a pair. If
You're recognized.
If Senator Chazanal were here, she'd vote aye. I vote no.
Thank you, Senator.
So we got 14 to 34. All right, Amanda, what do you say?
By a vote of 34 yeas, 14 nays, the bill is passed. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 65, House Bill 1108, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1108, income tax, authorize credit for certain railroad reconstruction replacement expenditures.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Move we adopt the strike all and recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This strike all is the railroad line construction and reconstruction tax credit. For new lines, it would offer up to 50% of the cost to build, capped at $1 million per client or per entity. And for reconstruction, it would be the lesser of $5,000 per mile or 50% of the cost. And there's a cap on it at $8 million. That's an explanation of the strike all. If there's no questions, I'll move adoption of the strike all.
Senator moves adopt strike all. All in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see him. But anyway, Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
Mr. President. Yes, sir.
You yield, Senator Seymour.
Yes, sir.
I see on the repeal date, is this to allow them to be retroactive in the use of the bill?
Well, I believe it has a reverse repealer. Which line are you talking about?
Line 75, 76, 77. Normally, we have a June 30th.
I may have a different version than what you're looking at. Is that the strike all that you're looking at?
Yes. I say it is. Our pending one, did that language change?
There is a reverse repealer in here. Do you mind if I double check on that for you and get it to you?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
All right, thank you.
Okay, the motion, no further questions. The motion is to adopt strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Johnson.
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 66, House Bill 1530, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Bonds, authorize issuance for the Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund.
Senator Harkins.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Move we adopt the strike all and recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Okay, Senator, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is for it authorizes the issuance of bonds up to $4.49 million to provide matching funds for federal fund drawdown for the Water Pollution Control Revolving Fund. This is to keep the avenue open to use bonds. We may not use them. We may use capital expense money, but this is just to keep that alive. It does have a reverse repealer in it. And that's an explanation of the strike all.
Seeing no questions.
Move adoption of the strike all.
Adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it.
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Please record all present by the use of morning roll call. Senator McDaniel, no. Okay. please record all others as voting aye. The bill is passed. Now, Senator Harkins,
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 67, House Bill 1663, and have the title read.
please read the title.
House Bill number 1663, bonds, authorized issuance for various purposes.
Senator Harkins.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a move we adopt the strike all and be recognized to explain it.
Senator, who's to explain? Or you wish to explain?
Yes.
Okay, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just the omnibus bond bill that if there is a vehicle alive to do bonds, this would be it. It's got a reverse repealer in it. That's about it. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the strike all.
Senator moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Thank you. No further questions. I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator, we have a question. Senator Harkins. Senator Horn, do you have a question?
Question.
You're recognized.
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Harkins, what is the total amount of this bond bill as it stands right now?
It's zero right now. It's just a vehicle, dummy bill to keep alive.
Now, this is not the bill that had various projects in it that we had in committee yesterday?
No, this is just a vehicle that we'd use.
We had two bills in committee yesterday.
One was the revolving loan fund for, I believe the one that Senator Johnson just did, that was for the Department of Environmental Quality for their matching funds they can pull down. This would be a vehicle that we'd come back and if we did a bond bill, we would put any of the projects in this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Horn. The motion is that we adopt other use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Sojourner, no. Senator McDaniel, no. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Now, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 68, House Bill number 1685, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1685, Pregnancy Resource Act, create.
Senator Harkins.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
I move we adopt the strike all and recognize Senator Fillingham to explain the strike all.
Senator Fillingham, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, the strike all, is basically a tax credit of up to $3.5 million for those who make donations, encouraging donations to be made to crisis pregnancy centers across the state. As you know, we have 37 currently, and these are the places where when women are expecting and they're having questions and concerns and maybe even are in some sort of a crisis situation, they go to these centers and they get counseling, they get help, they get financial support, a lot of free medical care, sonograms, those sorts of things. And so we hear a lot of times the argument about, we are all about preventing abortions, but we don't care about the women before, during, after the pregnancy. And so this is part of the answer to that argument, which of course I don't subscribe to anyway, but for those who would, this certainly puts out to all Mississippians that we do care about women who are carrying children, who are choosing to have their babies, and we care about those little ones, not only in the womb, but of course we want to make sure they have a healthy delivery and that women are taken care of and receive the medical attention and care that they so greatly deserve. So what this bill does is it came to us from the House. It had a $2 million tax credit in it, and we in the Senate have raised that from $2 to $3.5 million. And it's basically a tax credit that as a business you can make a donation to one of the 37 crisis pregnancy centers in the state. You can fill out the paperwork with the Department of Revenue and you can get this tax credit. It's only good for up to half of your tax liability, so you can't completely do away with your tax burden through a donation, but you can certainly limit it. And that's essentially what the bill does. I'm happy to explain. We already have a similar bill that was passed a couple of years ago, sort of is the model for this one. for those who support adoption centers across the state, and it's working very well, I understand. So, and these organizations, of course, have to pass muster with the Department of Revenue. They have to meet certain criteria, and the Department of Revenue already has that program set up for the adoption centers as well, and those counseling agencies that work with adoptive parents. So we have a model for this. It's working very well in that realm, and so we believe that this will be an added layer of protection for those women who are in crisis pregnancies. Be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Jordan, you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President, I have a question.
Do you yield, Senator
Yes, sir.
Jordan?
Sure.
Is this what we're doing here now with this bill? Is this a new creation? Is this new?
This particular part is new. Now, a couple of years ago, Senator Jordan, you'll remember we did something very similar for adoption centers, adoption agencies to encourage adoption. This sort of goes the next step and says we would offer a similar tax credit for what are called pregnancy resource centers, or some people refer to them as crisis pregnancy centers, and they're all over the state. I looked at a list earlier, everywhere from DeSoto County all the way down to the coast. There are these centers in most of our metropolitan areas across the state that offer these services, free health care, free sonograms, free counseling, bottles, blankets, those sorts of things to women, many of whom are, in the lower income levels who can't afford to do it on their own or don't have insurance to cover these sorts of things. These are the centers that these ladies go to receive that sort of help.
How many are there in the state?
37.
37. If I gave $1,000 to one, then I would get back $500 credit. Is that right?
Sort of. You can make a donation to one of these centers across the state. You have to fill out paperwork that the Department of Revenue will prepare, and their role is to make sure that the center that you're making the donation to actually qualifies as one of these 37 centers. And then it depends on your tax liability. So if you only owe $1,000 in taxes, you can only eliminate up to 50% of that liability. So you could only eliminate $500. So you'd want to check and see first what your tax liability is before you make your tax plan. But yes, sir, that's essentially what we're talking about.
So they have to look at my tax liability before they would give me a reduction of half of what I paid.
Right. If I had the income that you have, of course, my tax liability would be far greater than mine is. And so you could afford to give a lot more probably than I could. But yes.
You're talking about me personally. I'm broker than the Ten Commandments. You have much more than I have. Thank you.
I doubt it. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Thanks, Mr. President. Yes.
Do you yield, Senator
Yes, sir,
Norwood?
of course.
Senator Norwood, you're recognized.
Thanks, Senator Fillingham.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure if I heard your answer or if it was asked, but you said it's 37.
Yes, sir. 37 crisis pregnancy centers across the state of Mississippi currently. Of course, there could be more, opening up, but as of right now, there are 37 of these. The largest being, of course, here in the capital city.
And they're funded through?
Largely through donations. Many churches and civic organizations. I know I'm a part of the Rotary back home in Covington County, and ever so often we'll have a speaker come from the local crisis pregnancy center. They'll speak and the club will donate money. So a lot of it's faith-based type organizations that largely fund these. So this would be an opportunity, if this body in the House feels so led, to offer a tax credit to further encourage those individuals and companies to make contributions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Fillingham.
Senator Michelle, if you have a question.
Yes, sir.
Do you yield, Senator Michelle?
Yes, sir. Of course.
You're recognized.
Senator Fillingham, I'm familiar with tax credits, and they're taken on the individual level. So what would occur if collectively the amount of tax credits that Mississippians chose to contribute, the amount of dollars that they chose to contribute were, let's just say, $5 million? Would the state cut back on, how do you limit it to $3.5 million?
Right, you have to put a cap on there, because obviously we do want to be able to plan and not to take too much money out of the general fund, because we know, as we've heard so eloquently spoken today, there are so many things the state does pay for: education, healthcare, roads, bridges, security, those sorts of things. So we have to limit it somehow. We don't want to just an open-ended sort of, contribution. But the House version was 2 million. We have put 3.5 million in this version. And so to answer your question specifically, that's the Department of Revenue is the governmental agency that will be in charge of that. And so you apply for the tax credit. If, I think they have 30 days in the wording of the statute, they have 30 days to reply back to the taxpayer to let them know, yes, we haven't reached the cap yet, and so we're going to authorize the tax credit of whatever contribution that you're making, up to half of your tax liability, of course. Now, once that cap is reached, you get a message back saying, I'm sorry, the 3.5 million cap has been reached, and so this year you'll not be able to do a tax credit. So you can fill out the paperwork ahead of time before you make the contribution. So you'll find out back from the Department of Revenue after you fill out your paperwork if you've already met that cap as a state as a whole. And so therefore, hopefully you'll go ahead and contribute anyway because it's the right thing to do. But if you're only doing it for tax purposes, you'll find out prior to making the contribution. So you make the application, within 30 days, the Department of Revenue has to respond back to you, yes, we can, or no, we've already reached the cap. If the answer is yes, we can, then you have 60 days to actually make the contribution in order to receive the tax credit. If you don't make the contribution within 60 days, then the Department of Revenue doesn't give you that tax credit, obviously, and puts that money back in the pot for the overall state to make sure that, if we've reached the cap and then you don't make that contribution, we'll lower it back down and somebody else can make the contribution and receive the tax credit.
Okay, so it sounds like it's first come, first served with an application process. I'm trying to compare it like a reforestation tax credit is an example. If you don't use all of that in 1 year, you can carry it forward to the next year and use it the next
5 years on this one. If you get awarded
You can carry it forward.
You can carry it forward for 5 years. Yes, there's a 5-year carry forward.
That'll take a lot of the guesswork out of it because it sounds like it's a lot of jostling around that would have to occur with the tax commission to get credit ahead of time. And then if somebody said, I'm going to do it, and then ended up not making the contribution, they could prohibit somebody else from making it. Well, that sounds good with the carry forward provision.
Yes,
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Parks, you have a question?
Mr. President, introduction at the appropriate time.
You're recognized for an introduction.
If I could direct all your attention to the South Gallery this afternoon. I have some constituents from all the way from North Mississippi. It is Bill Chomowski and his family, and they are here with Team Pack. So if you would, help me make them welcome today.
Welcome to your Senate. Senator Turner Ford, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator
Yes,
Turner
sir, of
Ford?
course.
You're recognized, Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at line 719 of maybe of the original bill. Does that language still appear in the?
No, ma'am. I'm sure it did in the original bill. There are only 344 lines in the current strike all.
I think I see it here on the screen. And it goes into line 722 when it's referring to CARES Act and economic injury, disaster.
We've taken all that out.
So that's
from the House bill.
Is that what's shown on the screen?
I'm not sure what's on the screen. We're on 1685, the strike all.
Maybe look at the wrong thing. I don't know if I'm. Hold on. So that language has been deleted.
Hello.
Hang on just a second. I want to make sure I've got the latest version.
Thank you.
After number.
Senator Turner Ford, I'm told that there was an amendment made to all of these finance committee bills as they came out of finance dealing with the cannabis legislation to make sure that whatever we were passing in these finance bills conformed and did not conflict with the legislation we had passed earlier this year dealing with medical cannabis. And all the federal programs, the PPP, all that stuff. So I think that's what you're looking at. I don't think it has anything to do with the tax credit itself. It was just amendments that were tacked on to each of the bills that came out of finance.
Because I was just wondering, and I don't know.
Thank you for bringing that up. I hadn't even looked at that.
The language that I see basically said, as I understand it, that such deductible expenses shall be allowed as deductions for federal income tax purposes, and I just didn't know that we had the authority to make those types of decisions, but thank you. I think you'll explain it to me.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank y'all.
Okay, I don't see any further questions.
If no other questions, I'll move adoption of the strike all.
Motion is adopted, strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the strike all has been
Move
amended.
adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Horn, present. Senator Horn, present. I'm sorry, I looked down, Senator. And the same with Senator Turner Ford. All others, please record as voting aye, and the bill is passed. Thank you. All right, we'll go to item 69.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 69, House Bill 1687, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1687, Children's Promise Act, revised certain provisions.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
I move, recognized to explain the strike all amendment.
You're recognized to explain.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Children's Promise Act. This bill allows for donations to eligible charitable organizations, and it also allows donations to educational services to help kids in the foster care program. There are two different divisions in this. One is the total bill on this credit is $20 million to be split evenly between the ECOs and the ESCOs. And I do have an amendment at the appropriate time that I think is going to help provide some clarity and some accountability on the program. We've discussed, I've had several conversations with members in the chamber, and my amendment would address some of those issues. But basically, this is just the same bill we had last year. It just changes it from 16 to 20 million, and that splits it 50%, 10 million for the foster care organizations and 10 million for the ESCOs. And at the appropriate time, I'd like to offer my amendment and explain it.
Would you like to take the amendments up before you questions that might eliminate some of your questions? You're recognized for an amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the screen, you'll see the amendment. This addresses a couple of items. First, right now the ECOs are both of them are supposed to report to the Department of Revenue stating they meet the criteria that are in the bill. the ECOs, which are the foster eligible charitable organizations, it says that they have to be licensed by or under contract with the Mississippi Department of Child Protection Services and provide services for the prevention and diversion of children from custody with the Department of Child Protection Services, the safety, care, and well-being of children in custody with the Department of Child Protection Services, or the express purpose of creating permanency for children through adoption. And what this bill does is it adds, inserts on line 88 annually, meaning that they have to annually attest to the Department of Revenue that a charitable organization, eligible charitable organization shall annually provide the department with a written certification that it meets all criteria to be considered an eligible charitable organization. An eligible charitable organization must also provide the department with written documented proof of its license and or written contract with the Mississippi Department of Child Protection Services. The organization shall also notify the department of any changes that may affect eligibility under this section. So every year they're doing that. Well, what our amendment also does, it just says they have to do that annually, and it also adds educational service charitable organizations. So they have to do the same thing. They have to provide a written statement annually to the Department of Revenue that they meet their qualifications of a ESCO, and a ESCO has to provide services to children in a foster care placement program established by the Department of Child Protection Services, children placed under the Safe Families for Children model, or children at significant risk of entering foster care placement program established by the Department of Child Protection Services. They also have to provide services to children that have a chronic illness or physical, intellectual development or emotional disability, or children eligible for free or reduced meals under Section 3711.7. and selected for participation in the Promised Neighborhoods program sponsored by the U.S. Department of Education. So those are the qualifications they will have to annually certify to the Department of Revenue in order to be eligible charitable organization. So it adds also on line 105, it adds that they will also provide a statement that the funds generated from the tax shall be used for educational resources, staff, and other purposes described in this section. So we're basically saying the ESCOs have to certify annually to the Department of Revenue in order to be considered an eligible charitable ESCO. Every year, those criteria, and that they meet those criteria and where the funds are going. So it's going to provide a little bit of teeth and accountability to the program to make sure the funds are going for those intended services for the children. That's the explanation of the amendment.
Senator Boyd, I'm sorry. Senator Boyd, did you have a question? At the proper time, you have an amendment? Okay. Senator Senator Hickman, you have a question?
I'd like to offer an amendment at the appropriate time, but I also have a question, but it's I can ask my question after we adopt this present amendment.
Okay.
It's not specifically to this amendment.
Okay. So, Senator Harkins, you move for adoption of the amendment?
Move adoption of the amendment.
He moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator, he was waving at me as I said it. Senator, do you yield Senator Hobson for a question?
I do.
Question. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What are the current eligible charitable organizations?
ECOs are foster care companies. I don't have a list of them with me, but they're foster care companies that meet the criteria described in the first section, in section 1I, that are licensed or under contract with the Mississippi Department of Child Protection Services and provide services for the prevention and diversion of children from custody within the Department of Child Protection Services and the safety, care, and well-being of children in custody with the Department of Child Protection Services. And the expressive purpose of creating permanency for children through adoption.
How will we know whether or not, if we're given a tax credit for educational benefits, how do we know who's going to be able to use it and what entities would receive it? Would we have to go to, we'd have to go to say DOR or some state agency to determine?
DOR certifies each entity as an eligible organization. And every year annually, they will have to recertify it to make sure they're still under contract, they're still providing the services, and do that annually.
And we don't know who they are right now. What agencies qualify today?
Well, any agency that's under contract for them that qualify under those those headings of providing a diversion for children in custody, the safety, care, and well-being of the children with the Department of Child Protection Services, and the express purpose of creating permanency for children through adoption. Those agencies, they have to be under contract with Child Protective Services. So Child Protective Services is going to have a good idea of the agencies that are there.
I guess that's where I'm trying to draw the distinction. If I'm helping with an agency that's doing adoptions, yes, I'm for this. If I'm helping to do an agency that's just going to divert funds for to send to whatever school somebody wants to set up, I don't know that I'm for this. So how will I know that? How will I be able to determine where, how to vote on it? Because I need to know where these funds are going to make an educated vote on this bill.
Well, 10 million of them are eligible to go to the ECOs, which are the foster care, and 10 million are eligible, like last year, to go to the educational service charitable organizations.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield Senator Norwood to talk?
I do.
Yes.
Senator Norwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Harkin. Senator Harkin, in terms of the countables, what's the line of accountability that's there? Because the money would be with the Department of Revenue. They will collect the credits, right?
Yes, the Department of Revenue will issue the credit to the entity making the donation.
So once the Department of Revenue issues the credit to the entity, where will we go from there to determine what the resources were used for?
That every year in the letter, they have to attest that those things, in the amendment, you see that a statement that the funds generated from the tax credit shall be used for educational resources, staff, and other purposes described in the section. And the section already has the things that listed from line 38 down through 53.
And who would audit that to make sure that the funds the resources that's been allocated will be used for one of those qualified purposes?
That's the Department of Revenue.
Department of Revenue. So if we're looking for the accountables, then we would get with the Department of Revenue and verify that those credits. Now, as far as are you stating that this legislation, is it stating that there is a need of additional resources to address the issue relative to child protectors, youngsters that are in the custody of child protective services or receiving those services, educational services?
What was your question? I didn't understand the first part.
I said, is this inferring that there is a need for additional resources, educational support and resources for children that are in child protective services custody, if you will?
I think there's other kids that have chronic illness, physical, intellectual development, or emotional disabilities also. It's all of those.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Senator Harkins has moved.
Move adoption of the amendment.
Adoption of amendment number 1. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Harkins, we have an amendment by Senator Boyd.
As we were looking at this in committee the other day, it struck me something that I think most of you are aware of, but I'm not quite sure you're aware of. The large intent of this bill, when you look at it, is to also to fund issues where their children have disabilities, where children are in need, etc. Various things as they're listed in that. IDEA is a federal law that mandates that our local school districts provide free and appropriate education for our children with disabilities if they fall within 13 categories. The law was updated in 1990 at the federal level, and unfortunately, the federal government has never come close to fully funding this program. In our state, this program is severely underfunded. I'll give you, for example, the local school districts are required to provide services who fit these Cat 13 eligibility categories. They are required to provide these services, but yet there is no state additional dollars to help them provide these services. So we are severely underfunding special education. Similar to the programs that we do for our early childhood preschool, this amendment, what it does is it would allow a tax credit. So if you would like to give, and your constituents would like to give, dollars to those special education programs, these dollars could be directed to those special education programs. And so what this amendment does is it provides that an education program that is operated by Mississippi Public School and exclusively serving one or more students with an educational plan developed under an individualized education program pursuant to the Individuals with Disability Act. Those funds could be directed towards those particular students, and individuals could get tax credits as they are in the other places of the bill. So this is, program would be at $5 million, and it is added to the last part of the bill, and I'm happy to take questions.
Senator Hill, I'm sorry, were you ready for questions? Senator Boyd? You ready for questions? Okay. Senator Hill, you have a question?
I do. Can you?
You yield, Senator Hill.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, Senator.
Okay. Are you saying that we don't fund any part of the special education?
No.
We don't fund special education teachers?
No.
Well, I mean, like, what are you saying?
No, I'm sorry, Senator Hill, I thought I was clear on this. I said, for example, the 3 through 5-year-olds, the state does not provide funding, even though the school district is required to provide services for children 3 through 5. We don't provide funding for those particular kids that have IEPs under IDEA. They fall in a gap.
To my knowledge, do all public schools provide this service for 3 to 5?
They have to by federal law. They get some federal funding for this, but they don't get any state supplementation for this.
So this would be for only 3 to 5-year-olds?
No, it's not 3 for 5-year-olds. I said this is just an example of when I was reading this through. This is an example. This would go for any special education program where the child has an IEP under IDEA. And it would help supplement in those school districts because we are not providing the level of funding right now for fully funding this. And I just gave the example for 3 to 5-year-olds.
Are dyslexia therapists certified teachers?
My understanding is they are.
Okay, so we're giving teacher units for that as well.
I can't answer that, and I'm not prepared to answer that.
I'm just curious because I know that some schools have some 1 or 2 or 3, and some don't have any. But some of them sure do have a lot of coaches. So I'm just trying to see if this is apples and apples or apples and oranges.
This is a tax credit. And so what schools do on the dyslexia therapist, how they certify those, I can't answer those questions. And it's kind of beyond the scope of what we're talking about right now.
I'm just trying to see where this what this funding is going to pay for with the tax credits. That's where I'm headed.
Well, it would be programs exclusively for children that have IEPs. Some children with dyslexia have an IEP.
Yeah, I realize that.
Yeah, not all children with dyslexia have an IEP, so that's why the question's a little difficult to answer particularly.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hickman, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President, just a couple of friendly questions.
Do you yield, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Boyd, the funding that you're proposing, would that only go to public schools?
It would only go to public schools.
And would this be an additional $5 million, or would it change the makeup of the bill?
No, this is an additional $5 million.
Thank you, Senator Boyd.
Seeing no further questions, you move for adoption of the amendment?
I move for the adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator Hickman, I think you are next with amendment number 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have an amendment here. And basically what this amendment does, within this bill, we are allocating, I think, $20 million in tax credits. And one of those places that these tax credits are able to go, if you look down, I think it's line 38 through 53, is to private schools that offer certain services. Now, what this amendment does is it strikes that section of funding from private schools. And the reason I'm making this amendment is because if we fully funded our education, if we fully funded education to what it needs to be, students with special needs or foster care students, they wouldn't have to attend private school. This state already offers an option for every child to be educated, and if we properly fund that, every child could get a quality education. And so what this bill does is it takes money that would go into the general fund, money that would fund our education, money that would fund roads and bridges, and many of the things that we've talked about today, and it puts that into the hands of private schools. And so my amendment would just take out the option for this bill to for tax credits to go for donations made to private schools. And going around, I think there was some question asked about what entities would receive funds at one point. Well, going around is a list of schools or entities that would receive funds from, if we pass this bill, these are the list of schools or the list of entities that will receive tax credit funds from this bill. And so, Mr. President, I ask that we adopt this amendment, and I'll yield if there be any questions.
Are there any questions? It moves, you would like to speak on it? Yeah, okay. Before we vote, Senator Harkins, there are no questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would urge you to vote against the amendment. I think there are a lot of situations across the state where the effect of this bill is to help children. In each district across our state, there are people with different needs, different situations, and I don't think we need to paint a broad brush that this is somehow something bad. This is funds that are going to hire teachers, to hire counselors, to hire folks to provide, at the end of the day, services for children across the state. And not every district in the state is the same. Not every district has same resources, and this is just to provide an opportunity for kids that if they can't get it in one place, there may be another opportunity for them to get it. And I think at the end of the day, that's what we're trying to do, is to provide opportunities for kids to meet the needs that they have. And that's what the bill does. So I'd urge you to vote against the amendment.
Senator, you'd like to see no further questions. You'd like to close on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. President. If you're a supporter of public education, then you would support this amendment. What this amendment does, it takes money out of our general fund and it gives it to private schools. It allows a parent to give to their child's school and then get a tax credit for giving to their school. When again, our state has provided an avenue for every child in this state to be educated. So I urge you to vote for this amendment. Mr. President, I move for adoption of this amendment.
Senator Hobson? No. Senator Sparks, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question based on that presentation. So if I support public schools, your position is I must vote for this?
If you support public schools, yes, you would support this amendment.
Interestingly enough, I went to public school, K through 12, went to public community college, worked for about 7 years. My mother taught for 27 and a half years in a public school system. Then I went back to state school and graduated there. I have a very strong public school system in my district, but is this money not to assist people who have some form of disability or some form of need that child is without?
Yes, absolutely. And what I'm saying is if this money went into the general fund, and if we as a body who fund our public education properly funded our education, then our public schools could properly accommodate them.
Well, those are two different issues. This is a tax credit, if I'm not mistaken. This is going to be a situation where citizens or businesses are going to give money to help fund programs for children. And you know, the funny thing is, when children cry, when children have trouble, it doesn't matter where they go to school. It matters that we try to help prepare them for the world despite the difficulties they may be experiencing as it relates to that. So I just take umbrance with the fact of I don't support public schools if I don't support your amendment, because the fact of the matter is this is money to a great degree that we're going to go collect in the private sector. And there's a thing about benevolence. Everybody likes to be benevolent with somebody else's money. So let's just raise taxes so we can spend more money. That's part of the problem. That's part of the discussion we've had here today. But in this situation, I strongly support public schools, but I also support children who have struggles being assisted when maybe the public school in their district cannot provide that.
Well, Senator Sparks, I understand, and we can logic this however we want to, but there is $20 million in tax credit that would come from the general fund. Education is funded from the general fund, that if we did not have this bill, would go into our general fund and would, in the aggregate, would somewhat take away from education. Now, we're not stopping people from being benevolent, and true benevolence come without looking for something back. So you're not looking for a tax credit if you're truly benevolent.
I don't disagree with that, and I mean, the tax credit situation, based on what we're doing with income tax, there'll be no tax credits because there'll be no income tax. But as it relates back to the issue of drawing this as if you don't support public schools, if you vote against your amendment, I take umbrage with.
And I completely understand that, but I stand on my statements.
Senator Bryan, question?
Yes, I have a question.
You yield, Senator Bryan.
Yes.
Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
I'm trying to understand how this tax credit works. If I have a $100 tax liability to the state of Mississippi, and I write a $100 check to this entity, then I get from that a $100 tax credit, so I don't have to write the $100 check to the state of Mississippi. Is that how that works?
That's correct.
Well, where's the charity in that? It seems to me, although you got it dressed up as a tax credit, all I'm doing is reaching in the state general fund, getting $100, handing it to somebody I want to have it out of the state general fund, and then suddenly I want a bunch of brownie points for being a contributor, having a charitable intent.
We're taking our tax.
Sounds strange to me.
Absolutely, I would agree. If there's no other questions.
Seeing no further questions.
I'm going to adopt this
Passage of the
amendment.
amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment's failed. All right, Senator Harkins, to close.
Move adoption of the strike all as amended.
Senator moves for adoption of the strike all. Senator Blunt, before we do that, did you have a question of Senator Harkins?
Not on the strike all, Mr. President, on the bill.
Okay. Adoption of strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
No other questions. I move passage, adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator Blunt, do you have a question, Senator Blunt?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Blunt for a question.
I do.
Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Senator Harkins. So, as I understand it, looking at line 50 of the bill and moving up to line 38, if I am a certified educational services charitable organization, which based on the list that Senator Hickman provided to me is a list of private schools across the state, church-related schools across the state. If I'm on that list and I serve, beginning on line 50, a child who is eligible for free and reduced price meals, which in Greenville or Meridian or Natchez or Jackson is every single child, because every single child who resides within the Jackson Public School District is eligible for free and reduced price lunch. If I have one child from Jackson or Meridian or Natchez or Greenville at my school, and I'm on that list, then I'm eligible to participate in this program And a person who owes the state of Mississippi taxes, let's say they owe $5,000, they can write a $5,000 check to the Department of Revenue, or if they get in under the wire for what is now the $25 million program that's before us, they can write a check to the private school that's on the list, because that school serves one student from one of those
Actually, no,
districts.
that's not correct. It's only a business that can donate to the school, and it's 50% of their tax liability.
So, and then in my scenario, I would write a $2,500 check to this Department of Revenue, and then a $2,500 check to the private school that's on the list.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
All right, no further questions. Senator Harkins, motion.
Move final adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator requests to use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? We have Senator Blunt, Senator Hickman, Senator Albert Butler, Senator Solly Norwood, Senator Juan Barnett, Senator Derek Simmons, Senator John Horn, Senator Joseph Thomas, and Robert Jackson, and Senator Jordan. Hobson wishes to be voted as present, and Barrett as present, and Angela Turner Ford as present, and DeBar as present. Sarita Simmons, Senator Sarita, excuse me, as present. Oh, she's a no, or do you wish to be voted no? Senator McClendon, no. No, present, okay. Senator McMahon as present. Senator Seymour as present. Yeah, he was. All right, Mr. Clerk, read the noes and the presents, if you would.
Voting no or nay, Horn, Blunt, Hickman, Albert Butler, Norwood, Simmons, Barrett, Barnett, Simmons of the 12, Horn, Thomas, and Jackson, and Jordan. Voting present, Hobson, Turner, Ford, DeBar, Barrett, McClendon, McMahon, and Seymour. Simmons. Amendment number 1.
Yeah, with 12 noes, the bill has passed. All right, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 70 on today's calendar. House Bill 1691 has the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1687. House Bill 1691, income tax revised certain provisions relating pass-through entities.
Senator Harkins.
Make the usual motion.
Senator Harkins makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
I move we adopt the strike all and recognize Senator Johnson to explain.
Senator Johnson, you recognize to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill came to us from the House very recently, and we put a reverse repealer in it to continue to look at it. But what it basically does is it allows for businesses that are pass-through entities, such as a partnership or an S corporation, to pay their state tax from the entity level instead of at the individual level. My understanding is that it will help them with federal write-off. It won't change the tax liability to the state, but it'll help with federal write-off for the following year, given that there are certain limits on state and local tax deductions for federal taxes as of now. And that's an explanation of what the strike all does. Again, it does have a reverse repealer in it.
Are there any questions on the strike all? If not, the motion's been made to adopt the strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Johnson.
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Polk. I'm sorry, Senator Polk, just hold on. We need announcements. I'm sorry. Are there any announcements? Senator Barr for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have two announcements. Tomorrow at 1:30 in room 216, we'll have an education meeting to take up 4 or 5 nominations. My second announcement is at 9:30 tomorrow morning in room 216, we will have a conference committee hearing on House Bill 530.
Senator McMahon.
We'll have a local and private meeting in the morning at 9:30. I don't know the room number yet.
Okay. Senator Albert Butler.
Chairman, 2 announcements. Number 1, the trip to Grand Gulf Nuclear Plant, the Grand Gulf Military Park, and Alcorn State University has been postponed until a later date. All of you had flyers on your desks on last Monday inviting you for the tour, so it has been postponed to a later date.
Thank you, Senator.
And
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I would like to, when the Senate adjourned today, I would like for them to join in honor of Ms. Wilma Chambliss as one of our local pastor's wife in Jefferson County.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Joseph Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to introduce a resolution out of order.
You're recognized. Bring it up. Please read the resolution.
A concurrent resolution commending and congratulating the 2022 Manchester Academy Lady Mavericks girls basketball team and head coach Emily Poe for winning back-to-back MHSAA state championships.
Oh, no, I thought he wanted to call me. Okay, next announcement, Senator England. Senator England, announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would like to announce a Judd A. Criminal Procedure Subcommittee meeting. Senators Barrett, Barnett, Simmons, and Parker, 1:30 tomorrow. We just have to take up nominations. Shouldn't be very long. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McCon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Quick announcement. The First Responders Caucus with Senator Wiggins, I believe, is leading that on our side, is meeting on Thursday. But in conjunction with that, same reading room, same luncheon, You'll find the American Irish State Legislators Caucus is meeting for St. Patrick's Day, which will be our charter member meeting. So I encourage you to be there, whether you're of Irish descent or not. We would like to have you there. I promise you, you're not going to want to miss it this year, including with Senator Blackwell and his kilt. So we'd like to have you there on Thursday at 11:30.
Thank you, Senator. Next announcement, Senator Bart Williams.
Adjourn in memory, Mr. President.
I beg your pardon?
Adjourn in memory.
You're recognized for adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the Senate adjourns today, I'd like us to do so in memory of Mr. Bubba Harrington. He's a longtime resident of Sturgis, Mississippi. He passed away yesterday. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Younger.
Adjourn in memory, Mr. President.
You're recognized for adjourn in memory.
Thank you, sir. Today, when the Senate adjourns, please do so in the memory of John Bubba Harrington, and that's also for Senator Suber. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McMahon.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to change. Local and private is going to meet at 4:40 today upon adjournment, 4:40 in room 210.
Thank you, Senator. Please record. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Adjourn in memory.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Today, when the Senate adjourns, I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Mr. Joseph Baker of South Haven, and that's on behalf of myself, Senator McClendon, and Senator Blackwell.
Thank you. Senator Moran.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could, about 9:30 tomorrow morning in room 210, have a quick little reappointment. Won't take 5-10 minutes to take care of it. Room 210 at 9:30 in the morning.
Thank you, Senator. No further announcements. I will recognize Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m. today, at which time the journal will reflect that we are adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pope moves that we stand adjourned till 5 p.m. today, at which time the Senate journal will reflect we're standing in recess today until 5 p.m., at which time the Senate journal will reflect we stand adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senate stands in recess.